Okay, the time is 9 a.m. and I'm going to call the November 18th, 2024 council meeting to order for the purposes of budget continuation. And I'll begin with a land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory in Métis Nation of Alberta, District 11. We recognize that we stand upon the land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. And the city honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. So welcome everyone to the meeting this morning and to staff that are joining us. We are going to start this morning with presentations. We had two scheduled. The first one will be Heartland Housing, then following Heartland Housing, it will be the Library Board. So with that, I understand Mr. Eamon has no opening comments or anything, so we will jump straight into Heartland Housing presentation. And we have, what, about 30 minutes? Okay, so they are online, so I will invite you to join us, and you can give your presentation, and Mr. Eamon will do your PowerPoint.
Good morning, and thank you, Your Worship. My name is Mike Derbyshire, and I'm the chair of the Heartland Housing Foundation Board. I'm joined today by Heartland's Chief Executive Officer, Nancy Simmons. I'm also pleased to recognize my fellow board members and members of this council and send greetings from the board members and members of Strathcona County's council, as well as the other two community members who comprise the rest of our board. We are pleased to present our 2025 requisition today. As you know, Heartland Housing Foundation serves as the housing management body for both Strathcona County and Fort Saskatchewan. Under that ministerial order, which I will provide a refresher on shortly, we manage the lodge program for each community. Lodges provide housing, meals, recreation, and housekeeping supports to lower income seniors. Under the Alberta Social Housing Act, we are provided with municipal funding for those operations through annual requisitions. These requisition funds support only the subsidized lodges in our portfolio, which are Dr. Turner Lodge in Fort Saskatchewan and Silver Birch Lodge, 28 units in Silver Birch Haven, and Clover Bar Lodge in Strathcona County. In all, over 430 area seniors call our lodges home, with more on our growing waiting lists. As I said, Heartland Housing Foundation is the housing management body for both Fort Saskatchewan and Strathcona County. But what are housing management bodies? Housing management bodies in the Lodge program have their origin in the 1959 Homes for the Aged Act. Under that act, municipalities donated land for the buildings, and the province of Alberta provided the capital dollars to build the lodges. Housing management bodies were created through ministerial orders by the province to manage these facilities, and as such, answered directly to the province. In fact, the Clover Bar Foundation, one of the earliest housing management bodies, was founded in 1961 and would go on to become Heartland Housing Foundation in 2013. This partnership between provincial and municipal governments continues today, both in the operation and continued development of the Lodge program. Housing management bodies continue to provide services to the lodges and manage the income and expenses related to those services. In turn, the management bodies requisition their municipalities for funding shortfalls incurred in this work. This arrangement was agreed to by the municipalities as part of their original agreements with the province. Lodges also receive some operational funding for particularly low-income seniors through the Provincial Lodge Assistance Program. The same ministerial order that forms this agreement also allows each municipality to appoint representatives at the board level to ensure transparency in the requisition and use of municipal funds. Each year, the Heartland Housing Board of Directors approves annual budgets and the related requisition amounts. The funds requisitioned from the municipalities support only the lodge programs. As the Heartland Housing Foundation has evolved, so too have the needs of our communities. This means that while we continue to provide safe, welcoming homes for older adults in our lodges, we have expanded our housing solutions beyond the lodge program. This includes operating rent geared to income apartments like Dr. Henry House and Fort Lyons Haven for adults 65 or older through the provincial seniors self-contained program. We also administer provincial rent assistance benefits for our communities and operating our near market housing options, which include Muriel Ross Abdahuram Court. It's always worth underscoring that these programs, which serve over 700 households across the region, are not funded through requisition dollars. I'll now hand it off to our CEO, Nancy Simmons.
Thank you, Mike. So on this slide, want to talk a little bit about Heartland Housing Foundation's work to support the housing needs of older adults and folks of all ages in this community, which extends beyond just our lodges and other properties. Heartland Housing Foundation has contributed significantly to other housing-related work in the community in collaboration with local and regional social service and other sector partners to increase awareness and advocate on behalf of the region's housing needs. In the Fort, this has included contributing to in-depth work on the part of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, focusing on the Regional Housing Needs Assessment Project, work on the local poverty reduction strategy, participating in building bridges interagency conversations, and forming an innovative partnership with family and community support services to provide on-site resources and supports at Muriel Ross Abdahuram Court. This, combined with our other provincial and federal advocacy work, are just some of the ways in which Heartland Housing Foundation brings increased value to the communities we serve. I'll shift now to an overview of this year's lodge requisition. Our 2025 budget sees a 2% total requisition increase, and the next few slides will offer insight into the revenue, expense, and non-operating impacts to this budget. Next slide, please. Two key factors impacted revenues this year. Following the work of the province's Lodge Review Panel, which I was privileged to participate in as a panel member, the province provided much needed increase to the Lodge Assistance Program, or LAP as we know it, to offset years of increasing costs. Further, after carefully reviewing factors such as inflation, benefit increases, and overall residents' income, we made the decision to post a nominal increase of 3% to our service package, which is the fees that residents pay to offset their food, recreation, and housekeeping costs. These were the key contributors to the 9% overall increase in revenue. Next slide, please. On the expense side, our expenses overall increased by 8%. A key driver for this was 13% increase in our overall human resources costs, which are related to wage adjustments to align with our organizational compensation philosophy, and increased benefits to support the health and wellness needs of our staff, who are so critical and hardworking in our lodges. That 13% was offset by savings in food services, operating costs, and administrative costs, netting to an overall 8% increase. Next slide. And finally, some of the other non-operating budget impacts of note are related to improvement in our investment interest rates and some value-adding improvements to our long-term asset replacement planning, resulting in reduced cash flow needs for the lodge program. Next slide. Incorporating all of these budgetary impacts, we are presenting Council with an overall requisition increase of 2%. In the past, we've always presented to Council the allocation of the shared requisition amounts between City of Fort Saskatchewan and Strathcona County. As you may recall, at the inception of Heartland Housing Foundation in 2013, when we merged, it was agreed upon by both municipalities that the shared allocation would be determined based on reported equalization assessment reports, which are produced annually through municipal affairs. This year, the growth in the Fort has seen that the 17% allocation from 2024's budget hold to this year's budget, though we do want to note that as your population increases, so too may that allocation in future years. Next slide. At a Fort Saskatchewan household level, this increase for taxpayers amounts to under $1 annually on a property assessed at $500,000. For context, this investment by taxpayers supports lodge residents who have an average annual income of just over $32,000. The lodge program, which includes shelter costs, utilities, food, recreation, and housekeeping services, costs those residents an average of 65% of their average income. For context, the median market rent, that is only for shelter costs, in the Fort would take up over 40% of average residents' income, leaving little room for nutritious food, utilities, and leisure. Next slide, please. And speaking of leisure, we want to close the presentation by sharing some great photos from Dr. Turner Lodge this year and share how the program positively impacts the lives of seniors on our community. Our lodges provide a comfortable home where seniors who may otherwise face isolation, food insecurity, or unsafe living conditions can thrive. Whether it is the Red Seal chef prepared meals residents enjoy each day, the connections provided through the community partnerships like Linking Generations, or engaging, wellness promoting recreational programming, our residents can age in safe, supported, and vibrant communities. We thank you for your time, and with that, we'd welcome any questions from Council.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will open it up for clarifying questions. Councillor Abatoye, you're first.
Good morning, and it's good to see you on TV. My first question is, it's great to see that you found some savings in your budgets, saying that you have an HR increase of 13%. But my question is, the 5% savings you found in food services, that's not a service level decrease. Just confirming that. And maybe you can elaborate more on that. And how do you plan to sustain this? Because if you find savings there this year, how are you going to sustain that 13% increase that it offsets for your HR?
Thank you for your question. It's a combination that 5% decrease is a combination of anticipating inflationary costs in food services, and we're able to get that information quite predictable from our food service provider. So the savings has been a result of the past 3 years of defining a coordinated food services program within our lodges. So all of our lodges provide the same menu over a 4-week rotation. And so we have better buying power. So now that we're in year 3, we're confident that we can take those savings and put in other areas of our operation while still maintaining inflationary costs for the resident or for the food. So there's been no decrease in service for food, and we continue to evaluate the quality and residents' feedback on a regular basis. So there's a 4-week period where they can evaluate new menus and provide feedback, and our kitchens are amending the menus accordingly for that food rotation. So still really highly successful feedback from our residents to ensure the quality is maintained.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your response. And just my second quick question, also around that same subject. So 65% of their income is what is being paid for rent and support services. And we know that costs will continue to rise. So what kind of mitigation strategies are you using to ensure that, it doesn't actually go beyond that 65%? Because like you said, it leaves them with 35% only for other things.
So I think it's a combination of the values that our organization is aligned with when we are establishing our budgets. We understand that even the cost of medication alone creates a financial burden to the seniors that we serve. So we are very thoughtful in the increases we're putting to our budgets. And I think there's a standard within our organization of inputting minimal increases on the lodge support service fees that the residents have to pay. And that coincides with the increased income that they might be seeing. So it should balance out that we aren't taking more than that 65% because they also have the increased pension due to inflationary rates.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and it's good to see you both.
Okay, thank you. It's not looking like you're getting any more questions. So we thank you very much for your presentation, and keep up the good work for our wonderful seniors. So thank you.
Thank you,
Great.
Worship
Thank
and
you for your
Council.
time.
Okay. Do we have anybody here is Tricia here? She should be in the room. Good morning. Okay, good morning. So we are live and we are live streaming. So I'll have you introduce yourselves and you can go ahead with your presentation. Following your presentation, we will be asking any questions that council may have. So welcome. Who's going first? Just push the button in front of you and it'll go red. Okay.
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me? Good morning, Your Worship.
You
Mayor
probably have to
Hatcher.
pull it closer to you. There.
Is that better? Okay. On behalf of the Library Board, the library's staff, and the patrons of the Fort Saskatchewan Public Library, we would like to thank the Council and City for the active and continued support that you give us. I'm Norma Leader, and I'm the Board Chair. And my co-presenters are Nicole Starker-Campbell, who is the Vice Chair, and of course our Library Director, Tricia Wall. The library is an essential part of our community. It provides a safe and welcoming space for people of all ages to learn, grow, and to connect. It is a valuable resource for our city and contributes to our economic and social well-being.
Libraries also offer programs and services that help people navigate their increasingly digital world. They provide access to technology and resources that many people would not otherwise have. They help develop the skills residents need to succeed in the 21st century. Skills like communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity.
In 2020, there was an interesting Danish study. They were undertaking they wanted to establish a deeper understanding of the different types of impact that public libraries have on residents. And they wanted to gather data beyond the simple foot traffic and lending statistics.
They discovered that libraries have a multifaceted impact on our community. They serve as a haven, provide perspective, and are a creative space and community builder.
The library is an essential part of our community. It offers programs, services that help, our library, I'm on my wrong page here. Our library is a safe and welcoming haven where people can escape, relax, and connect. We offer a space for taking a break, spending time alone, or time with others. Different users seek different experiences in this haven, including peace and quiet for concentration, or a space for social connection. Newcomers, in particular, see the library as a haven which offers settlement services, programs that are tailored to do things like improve their language skills, and we also have English language collections that help non-English language collections, if they're not an English speaker originally, that help people to feel welcome and connected with the community.
We'd like to present some numbers showing the popularity of the library. Note that to date we are up 14% from last year. Our residents are using the library. These stats show a growing need for public internet access and support for publicly available technology. A steady increase in e-resource use shows that the library must provide resources in both physical and digital format. Our residents are accessing information through both streams. While items like ebooks are popular and very convenient for our patrons, many aren't aware that the library is charged a fee for each book loan. Rather than owning the items, ebooks are leased and need to be repurchased after only 26 checkouts.
The library offers more than educational resources and life enrichment, which is important for Fort Saskatchewan residents. It also serves as an entertainment center for the community. We offer a variety of leisure options, from reading for pleasure to checking out the current blockbuster movies, to listening to music or learning a new hobby.
The library has more than 8,700 picture books for children, which are all accessible free of charge. An assortment of resources complement the traditional library collection and helps prepare children for school using a variety of technologies and formats. Enhancing these collections is an array of educational programming to promote pre- and early literacy skills for early learners. These programs are important tools for helping Fort Saskatchewan's children be ready for school, setting them up for academic and life success.
I have a quote from a young patron of the library. The library is a place you can visit on your own and feel like you're part of life and connected to the outside world in a way. You're alone, but you're still around other people, and that means a lot to me. I thought that was quite a thoughtful young person.
We are dedicated to reaching as many people as possible. We're rooted in our physical space, but not bound by it. We will reach out into the community to ensure library services are accessible to everyone. You will continue to see the library in new spaces with new outreach initiatives.
The library is committed to building empathy, dignity, and understanding for all community members. We respect and celebrate the diversity of experiences and support everyone's ability to participate and contribute to society. Everyone belongs in the library.
The library gives users perspective on life by simulating reflection, knowledge, and critical thinking. It serves as a place where knowledge and information are curated and disseminated, countering misinformation and disinformation. We do this through programs and providing multiple viewpoints in our collection. These programs and resources directly support the library's vision to be champions of lifelong learning by making connections through resources and programming.
The library allows its users to develop creatively by inspiring them and stimulating their imagination. They can motivate us to try new things and learn new skills. Through active engagement, children are able to solve problems, create and test theories, and express their ideas and thoughts. Much of what influences children's academic and social achievement happens before children enter school and outside of school hours. At the library, children are learning in an environment of play, environment which they can fail and try again, an environment to learn resilience, a very important asset to have.
Early literacy programming has shown an increase in attendance by 14%. We have added more programming to accommodate the number of participants. By adding programming on weekends, we're ensuring that all families have the chance to participate in our programs. Our Saturday and Sunday programs have been very successful, and we are seeing intergenerational audiences. We are listening to the community and working towards providing a program that suits their needs for lifelong learning.
Users value the library's ability to introduce them to new materials and perspectives they might not have on their own. We do this through displays, programs, collections, and providing reference and resource information. We deeply appreciate the city's ongoing support in making arts and cultural experiences accessible to all Fort Saskatchewan residents. The library does this by offering its own programming and facilitating free access to events and programs provided by others and accommodating community-based programming. In addition, the library hosts an art gallery showcasing the work of local artists, providing them with valuable exposure and contributing to the cultural richness of the community, as well as the appearance of the library. The art gallery not only supports local talent, but also provides patrons with the opportunity to engage with and appreciate art in a welcoming and accessible environment, and they can purchase works of art of the local artists. While we value the city's allocation, we also recognize the importance of being responsible stewards of public funds. That's why we actively seek opportunities to supplement our funding through initiatives like our art gallery, where 20% of art sales contribute to our operational budget. Although these initiatives may not generate substantial revenue, every contribution helps lessen our reliance on the city budget and maximize the impact of your investment. Although we remain committed to exploring new avenues for financial sustainability as we continue to serve the community.
The library helps form and maintain communities both directly and indirectly. It provides a space for users to meet and experience togetherness. Library programs and events like book clubs, the local author fair, the gaming club, and the knitting circle are particularly impactful in creating a framework for community interaction. In 2024, 89,877 people visited the library.
As our city grows and attracts young families, the library will be crucial in providing resources and programs that cater to their needs. We aim to foster a love of reading and learning in children from a young age, setting the stage for their future success.
By empowering families, teens, and seniors with literacy and a sense of belonging, the library builds a strong foundation for current residents and future library patrons. We are committed to creating a space where people can connect, learn, and grow together. The library is here for the community through all stages of their lives. The Resume Tutor program, in partnership with CALLS, access to technology and technology help appointments, provide support for job seekers and those looking to advance their lifelong learning.
The library's mission of empowering literacy, community, and connection directly aligns with the city's guiding principles of continuous improvement, collaboration, strategic thinking, and stewardship.
We are requesting a 2025 operating appropriation of $1,383,675, which represents a 2.5 increase over the percent increase over the previous year. This modest increase will allow us to account for inflationary pressures on library materials, resources, and operating costs, ensure fair compensation for our dedicated staff through grid adjustments, and continue providing essential services to our growing community, including newcomer settlement support, job search assistance, and outreach to underserved populations.
Investing in the Fort Saskatchewan Public Library is an investment in our community's future. As the Danish study highlighted, the library serves as a haven, and offering a safe and welcoming space for all. It broadens perspectives by providing access to diverse viewpoints and reliable information. It sparks creativity through programs and resources that inspire imagination and innovation. And perhaps most importantly, it strengthens our community by creating opportunities for connection and collaboration. By approving our request, you are enabling us to continue providing these vital services and empowering residents of all ages and backgrounds to thrive. Thank you for your time, and now I'll turn it over to our director, Tricia Wall, and she'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and welcome here this morning. So I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Macon, you're first.
Good morning, ladies. Thank you for being here today. I just have two fairly minor questions about the budget itself. Why are you anticipating a 35% increase in your user fees and charges? What is driving that?
So thank you, Worship. In response to Councillor Macon's question, we've recently introduced exam proctoring, and so that should increase our user revenues by a fair amount. If a person is a Fort Saskatchewan resident, it's $30 to write an exam. It's $50 if you're not. So we're looking at increasing revenue through that.
Okay, thank you. And then the other one was on your donations and fundraising, there's also an increase of 20%. What drives that change?
As was mentioned in the presentation, we feel that it's very important, although the support of the city is amazing, it is up to us as well to bring in donations and sponsorships and opportunities for the community to donate to the library. So for example, last year we introduced Library Giving Day, which is an international day. In one day, we increased our donations by the amount that we had last year. So by continuing to do this and continuing to get the community support, we can maybe take some of the pressure off of what we ask from the city.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation, ladies, and it's good to see you. I know that my family uses the library very much, and we're very grateful for all your services. My first question is, so saying that your e-resource use is 3% higher than your physical components, is there a plan to allocate more resources to your digital components versus the physical components, and how is that reflected in your budgets?
Thank you, Your Worship. In response to the councillor's question, we will have to kind of move some money around a bit as far as physical resources and really take a look at what we need in physical resources and what we need in digital resources. Another thing, for example, one of our databases, Hoopla, we cap our program, our limits at $3.99 now. So we're putting caps on items to try and keep those levels down a bit, but still provide what the community is looking for.
So you're putting caps on what specifically? I didn't really get that.
So one of our databases, Hoopla, when you
Hoopla.
take out
Okay, yes, I do know
when you
Hoopla,
take
yeah.
out a book, it has a price tag to it, and so it can go as high as $6 per item. So we've put a cap on it, so you only see items up to $3.99, which brings that limit down a bit. But we do also need to look at how we're allocating the physical resource budgets as opposed to the digital resources, and make sure that we're spending that money in a way that reflects what people are looking for.
So I guess just a simple way to ask that question again is, so you're allocating more resources to your digital component versus your physical component.
Correct.
Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, because when I look at your budgets, I see, so there's a collection. So where you have capital expenses, collection costs, is that your physical components?
Yes.
Okay, so I see a reduction there by 3.5%. And then operating expenses where you have digital content costs, is that your digital components? So I see an increase of 9.1%. So I think it's reflected in your budget. Okay, perfect. Thank you. My second question is, and I think Nicole had said, and I'm not sure if I heard correctly, so just correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say ebooks have to be purchased after 26 checkouts?
Yes.
So does that mean that we get those resources for free until people borrow them 26 times and you have to pay the vendor?
So, for example, if we were to get a book that costs $45, that book isn't owned by the library. It's leased for 26 uses. Once we've reached the 26 uses, we have to rebuy the book. So
you actually buy it and then buy it again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, if need warrants it, of course. But yeah, it's unfortunately a system that all libraries are a part of. It goes back to the publishers, and there is international advocacy to try and change how this system
That
works.
should definitely be changed. I agree with that.
But they feel that because a digital resource isn't used in the same way as a physical, their thought is a physical book would be out of use, would be out of circulation by 26 uses. So that's the number they put.
But is that true, though, from your experience? Exactly.
No, it's not.
Exactly. Thank you so much, though.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation this morning. I've had the opportunity to be part of the library board for the last 3 years, and I've thoroughly enjoyed the company and reporting on council happenings to the board. I think the usage data really reflects a focused direction of the library's operation. It's a very fun and vibrant environment that the library creates, and 90,000 visits certainly speaks for itself, especially after COVID and the resilience that the leadership and staff have shown. I just wanted to ask an open-ended question because I was part of the plan of service development, the new plan of service, and I think it's a great document. Just showing the direction that we're going. So is there any new initiatives or expanded offerings that are going to be kind of rolling out subsequent to the adoption of that?
Thank you, Your Worship, in response to Councillor Nguyen's questions. And to note that 89,000 is only to the end of September. So those statistics are going to get just higher in the last 3 months. And of course, Lights Up pretty much doubles those numbers by itself. So we do have quite a few initiatives, and the plan of service is our roadmap for going forward. Staff are working currently on a presentation to the board on which areas of the plan of service we're going to focus on and which areas we want to take action on. One of the things that I find really exciting is we had a meeting with a representative of the Alberta government to bring in BSG, which they help with resume tutoring, job searching, and increasing job skills, which we're finding is quite a large number of our patrons are looking for help in that area. And of course, we're also looking at always making sure that we're meeting patrons' needs and anticipating what we're going to need in the future and be proactive as young families move into the community. We're expecting quite a few young families with all the new initiatives the city has taken, and so we are looking at doing more outreach and trying to move library programming into the southern parts of the city to make it more accessible for people that may find it difficult to get downtown.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm excited. I'm going to be on the board starting tonight, I guess. So I'm excited to be able to learn more about it. And I have used a lot of the services, sometimes checking out books, not so much though, but definitely a new one for me was the button maker. In a group I'm in, we now use that to make name tags for our group as a very low-cost way to get name tags for everyone. And my daughter uses I think it's the Mother Goose program with her little one. So anyway, I do have a couple of questions. So the 90,000 visits, how do you count that? Is that just anyone walking through the door back and forth? So if I walk in 3 times in a day, is that 3 visits? How is that calculated?
Thank you, Your Worship. In response to Councillor Blizzard's question, yes, we do. The big gates at the door are how we count our visits, and so we can't separate out. If you go into the lobby and you come back in, you would be counted twice.
Okay, and that in a way it makes sense, I guess, to get a count because otherwise, I know with that button maker, I didn't need to, other than purchasing the stuff for it, I didn't need to have a library card to even use it. The other question though is, so do you have any idea how many unique people, and I mean that in, if I come there 3 times checking out things, I'm only one person. Do you have a way to figure out how many people use it, versus 30,000 in Fort Saskatchewan, but only 1,000 or 2,000 actually come in? You know what I mean?
Thank you. Yes, and unfortunately, at this point, we don't exactly, as you were saying with the button maker, many of our services you do not need a library card for. If you want to come in and just use the public computers, they're open to everyone, and we don't want to create a barrier of having to have a library card to use the services. We do have statistics as far as how much of our materials are used, our Wi-Fi use, and I think one of our initiatives going forward will be trying to get people who are using the library to have a library card. So when we do a resume tutor session, we'll say, do you have a library card? And it really helps us show the worth if you do. But because we try to reduce barriers, we don't have exact numbers.
Do you have numbers though for library card holders? Has that gone up?
Yes, that has gone up. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Good morning. Always nice to see you folks. My questions first question at least, maybe a little more general. Your collection costs, more or less stable, even this budget down from the last year. I'm a business person. Your collection is your inventory. It's your stock and trade. Are you comfortable that $137,000 or some number like that keeps the library in good standing going forward? Does it maintain your inventory to an acceptable level?
Thank you, Your Worship. In response to Councillor Kelly's question, we're very fortunate that we are in a system called a node with Strathcona County Library, and therefore their catalog is our catalog. So our resources are actually much, much bigger than the number you see here. This is just what we've got in-house. I think this number is accurate. We do want to be fiscally responsible. And by moving more money into the e-resources where people seem to want those resources, we can keep the budget down and still sustain what people are looking for by bringing in supplementary items from Strathcona County.
Thank you. And you touched on my next question, the e-resources. I'm not sure I completely understand it. Was it there's a checkout fee or a fee that's excuse me. There's a fee that the library is charged each time a patron accesses the book. I think you said you capped that at 390, 350, something like 390. And then once you hit 26 uses, you paying for the book?
So those are two separate systems.
Okay.
So the one, Hoopla, their model runs on the $3.99 and under per checkout. The other system, Overdrive, is the one that charges per book, and then we lease it for 26 uses.
All right, that makes, now I understand, because I couldn't quite
There are
rational.
two different models and two different databases.
Two different suppliers, each with a
Yes.
different model. Okay. If I might, one quick follow-up question. It seems to me that printed books are going to become more and more irrelevant as we go forward. Would that be a fair assumption or a fair statement?
Actually, no.
Okay. Well,
It's really fascinating that research coming out of the American Library Association is showing that younger generations are actually preferring print, and we're seeing kind of this revitalization of less screen use. So it's very interesting that for example, that teenage group are more interested in paper. So we're kind of in the middle of a system now where we're having to provide for many different formats.
Your answer surprises me, but I'm heartened. I like that response as well. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go next. Question that I have for you. So you talk about newcomer settlement support, job search assistance, and I know you get this much money from the government. Do you actually look for additional grants that might be available? Do you have anybody who writes any grants that, grant applications?
Thank you, Your Worship, for your question. Yes, we do. For example, our English Conversation Circle and English language learning courses are provided with a partnership with CALS, and so they provide funding for that. They also provide funding for our resume tutor and our tech help tutors. We do apply for grants. Right now, we don't specifically apply for grants for the settlement services because that's provided through the Edmonton Immigration Society, and so we don't actually have to pay anything for that service. They come in and they use our space.
Okay. But sorry. Do you know of any other grants that are available? I know some of our nonprofits are actually pretty good at writing grants and grant applications and just searching to see what other ones might be out there. It's okay. I'm just asking because anytime we can get money from another level of government is a good thing. So even though we're all still paying for it. Okay, Councillor Abatoye on round 2.
Thank you for your responses so far, Tricia. My next question, I'm not sure if it's a question for you, but it's about the budgets, and I'm just trying to get an understanding of, because I see a transfer from capital reserves that's also the same amount as your depreciation. So I'm trying to get an understanding of what that really means. I'm a little confused about. So I don't know if finance can help answer that question. If it's a question you can answer, it's fine.
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. In response to the councillor's questions, so we recently changed the way that we submit the budget to the city in order to show that depreciation. It was a request by the auditors. It reflects what they're doing with us. So the depreciation and the capital expenses kind of cross each other out, if that makes sense.
So, but was it an actual transfer from your reserves, though?
No. What will happen is
I get it. It's accounting. They understand it. But thank you. Appreciate your response.
Okay, that looks like all of the questions. So thank you for coming out today. If there's any additional questions or follow-up, administration would get in touch with you. Okay, so thank you
for your
very
time.
much. All right, let's move on to corporate services. And we will begin with Jeremy Eamon for financial services.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer. I'm here to present the proposed 2025 operating budgets for financial and fiscal services. Information on these budgets is in Section 12 of the budget document. Financial Services is responsible for all aspects of the city's financial management and supports the organization through services such as financial accounting, reporting, budgeting, and long-term financial planning. We also serve residents through our billing, collections, and customer support of property taxes and utilities. Our department also manages fiscal services, which is responsible for corporate-wide programs such as property taxes, investments, financial reserves, and debt management. The finance team is located on the first floor of City Hall and comprises 15.5 FTEs, including full-time, part-time, and casual relief staff with both union and non-union representation. Within financial and fiscal services, we manage 19 unique programs providing services to both the organization and residents. The financial services proposed 2025 operating budget is located on page 12-3. Programs within financial services that support the organization include accounting services and treasury management, financial accounting and reporting, operating and capital budgets, just to name a few. And those which support residents include property tax rates, arrears and tax recovery, and property assessment. For financial services programs in total, we are proposing a net year-over-year budget increase of approximately $124,000, with no changes to service levels and no budget recommendations. The increase is mainly attributed to inflationary factors, which I'll explain in more detail. The Property Assessment and Assessment Role Changes program includes a $13,000 inflationary adjustment for assessment services provided by the Capital Region Assessment Services Commission. The Accounting Services and Treasury Management program reflects an increase of $53,000 to banking fees, including merchant fees for credit card transactions. Financial Services reviewed corporate banking fees over the past several years and found that actuals have been trending higher than budget, therefore an adjustment was made. And further to this, in 2025, Financial Services will be conducting an RFP for banking services. This program, along with the Financial Accounting, Reporting, and Compliance program, includes additional costs for actuarial services required as part of the city's external financial statement audit to aid in determining the sick leave obligation. Further cost adjustments include fees for investment services provided by CIBC Wood Gundy and an inflationary adjustment to annual audit fees pursuant to the city's contractual agreement with the external auditors. Their current contract runs until the end of the 2025 fiscal audit, and thus will be conducting an RFP for auditing services in 2026. Other adjustments to the financial services budget include an increase of approximately $21,000 in user fee revenue from the processing of property tax certificates. This is attributed to higher volumes and an inflationary adjustment made to the fees. A reduction in advertising and printing costs due to consolidation within the corporate communications budget, and some minor payroll adjustments relating to prior year commitments and a payroll reclassification. So moving on now to fiscal services, the proposed 2025 operating budget for fiscal services is on page 12-5. For all programs combined, we are proposing a net increase to overall net revenue of approximately $3.2 million. The change is not attributed to additional revenue, but rather a $4.5 million reduction in reserve transfers, which have been reclassified from fiscal services to programs within the Utilities and Sustainability Department. The reserves transfer program also includes expenditure increases of $1.1 million from the aquatics facility operating impact and a $218,000 proposed increase to reserve contributions. Annual capital funding is proposed to increase by approximately $870,000. This includes $350,000 to the local road rehabilitation project and approximately $520,000 to the neighborhood rehabilitation project. Both annual capital programs were reviewed by Council during the 2025 capital budget meetings. The property tax and requisition program includes $800,000 of additional tax revenue from property assessment growth. This estimate is based on information provided by the city's assessors at budget time and will be adjusted next spring, coinciding with Council's approval of the 2025 property tax bylaw. Debt management reflects a $167,000 reduction due to reallocating short-term financing costs related to the new aquatics facility to Culture and Recreation Services aquatics programs. The Salary and Wage Mitigation, Sick Leave and Compensation Adjustments Program includes an increase of $432,400. This is tied to the 2025 budget recommendation for cost of living adjustments, which will be presented during the People Services Department budget presentations. Also, a $229,000 adjustment was made to reflect the projected annual change in the non-vesting sick leave obligation. And lastly, interest and investment income includes an $84,000 proposed increase to revenue that is attributed to higher average bank balances year over year. Financial services fees and charges consist of penalties on property tax arrears and overdue accounts receivables, along with fees for property tax certificates, property assessment tax notice copies, tax account statements, and returned items. Key factors considered in our review process for fees and charges include cost recovery, comparators and existing market, and inflation rates. For 2025, we are proposing changes to fees and charges, excluding tax penalties, to reflect inflationary adjustments primarily due to increased labor costs relative to service delivery. In addition, we reviewed other municipalities' fees and charges to ensure ours were comparable with other markets. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I will open it up for questions. Councillor Abatoye. Whoops, just a second. Again. Okay,
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Amen. It's just a confirmation. I see that you have the non-vesting sick leave benefits obligation adjustment. That was a recommendation by our auditors the last time they came. So does this fix that issue and we're done with that?
Through your worship, to Councillor Abatoye, pretty much yes. This during the financial statement audit for 2023 was that catch-up year where we initially recorded it. So this adjustment that we're making now to the budget is actually to reflect the one-year adjustment to 2024, or so to 2025, I should say, and onward.
So that issue has been sorted out, basically.
To answer your question, it basically takes care of it.
Basically, thank you.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
I got to go back to that, Jeremy, because that was my first question. If I heard you correctly, this $200,000 to that accrual finishes it. You think you'll have the liability at where it should be? I imagine this $200,000 to be the annual charge for the growth in the accrued liability.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes. So keep in mind that this is the first time that we're budgeting for an annual contribution. So this gets it in the budget. We will have to review it on an annual basis, and it'll probably need slight adjustments up or down, but it won't need another $229,000 just to get it in the budget, if that makes sense. Because as one of our obligations now through this process is at year end we have to review the liability. And so there'll be transactions going through that liability. We'll do an actuarial evaluation. And if there is an adjustment to bump it up or down, it'll be reflected in an annual charge, which this budget item should cover.
This $200,000 charge is this year's increase. Your comment is we wouldn't expect going forward that number to increase, continued increase. But my point is that it's going to continue to increase by at least $200,000 per year, the accrual itself.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, not necessarily, because again, the actuarial evaluation will be on the liability side of it at year end. And so based on the transactions that go through that liability account during the year, it may need a bump up, or it may be a reduction, but it'll just be an adjustment to that $229,000 as a percentage of that. It shouldn't be another $229,000 unless something very demographically happens to the city. It grows, it takes on lots more employees, and the demographics change. So,
if I may, just one last follow up on this. So, and I know this probably isn't a fair question. Where do you see this accrual topping out at? Do you have some sort of vision or estimate to share with council?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, it is a management estimate. So as we found out through the 2023 financial statement audit, is that we're using actuarial valuations, which are based on a number of criteria: age of employees, number of employees, that sort of thing, usage. That is subject to change each year as the city's dynamics and the employees change. That's why we're going to rely on that actuarial evaluation. I can't say that it'll eventually top out. It is the vested sick leave for the employees. So as the city grows and takes on more employees, I can only assume that liability will probably increase over time.
Mayor Katcher, I'm going to come back on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Just one question on the fiscal services. So the property tax and requisition, what's the non-personnel cost for 16 million?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I believe that's the education tax requisitions expense.
Okay,
Non-personnel
would make sense.
would be
Yeah.
that.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
You're good. Okay, I'm next on the question. So your estimated increase in property tax revenue due to growth. So you've got 800,000 in there. So last year, at the end of it, we were told, oh, well, we had an extra 500,000, but rather than reducing property taxes because we had this growth money, we put that money into reserve, so then we basically just ate that. So do you believe this number is maybe overly conservative? Like, what are you basing it on? Because, I mean, there is substantial growth happening.
To your worship, thank you for the question. So yes, for budget purposes, when we develop the budget, we're relying on estimates provided by our external assessors, our property assessors, both for residential, commercial, and for industrial, the designated industrial property and the non-designated industrial property. We engage in communications starting probably as early as mid-July. The assessed value date is July 1st, so that's when the assessors start their work on determining the valuation. And so we start communication with them. By near the end of September, I would say early October, we get firmer estimates for that growth. So those numbers are coming right from the assessors. When we recalculate and finalize during the spring budget is when the assessments are done. That's the assessors right now are still doing their work. They're still sending out information requests to commercial businesses and things like that. So we have a firm number when the assessment are finalized in approximately January, February. And then from that point, we can determine what that actual growth number is. And then we basically adjust the spring budget to reflect that additional growth.
Okay. So then in the spring, if it's over that, then council will have an opportunity, rather than maybe putting it into reserve, as using it to offset some of the tax increases?
To your worship, that would be up to council, yes.
Yeah, just confirming that. Councillor Kelly, round two.
Yeah, you bet. And thank you, Mayor Katcher, because that was my second question. I just want to drive that point home a bit harder, though, if possible. It's always a recommendation of administration that supplementary assessment, and I think sometimes it's larger than 500,000. It sticks in my mind. It's been close to $1 million on occasion. It's always been administration's recommendation that we allocate it to reserve. What would you like from council at this particular juncture so that maybe we can not assume but know that supplementary assessment is going to go against a 25 budget and not to a reserve?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So just a reminder that one of the information requests from day one was a 5-year history, or it actually goes back to 2018. Councillor Kelly, you had asked for growth revenue and growth expenditures. So that number is coming back on probably in the next day or so, just to give council additional information. But there are years where that additional growth is substantially less than a large number is what we've seen in the past. So it's not always a large number. And just back to the mayor's question earlier, is that we estimate conservatively. Yes, that's part right out of the budget policy for the city. And again, like we use our assessors to give us a number that is their best estimate at that point in time. At this point, I don't know what that number for additional growth is. Like I said, we have to wait till the assessments are finalized, then we'll know for sure. In the past, I know council has used that funding to fund, or that additional growth to fund certain items. I think one year we funded the fire services, so things like that. So that's pretty much all I can commit to at this point.
But maybe, and this goes to Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Fleming, yes.
And welcome back, Troy.
Yeah, thank you.
What's stopping council by the time we're done this budget process of passing a motion that says whatever it is that's going to get allocated to this year's budget, as opposed to going into a reserve and or funding a new service? It's going to go to reduce property taxes this year. Is there a problem with doing that?
To your worship, I don't think council can do that. I guess my recommendation would just be to wait until the spring to make that final determination when you see all of the different factors before you. And I mean, we still have a lot of uncertainty around things like ATE and whatnot. Whether you allocate that growth and that revenue into the 2025 budget, or you hold it to the fall and allocate it into the 2026 budget, it has the same effect, more or less. So, other than you get 1 year of a reserve contribution out of it before it becomes a revenue stream. But I don't think, to your original question, we don't need anything from council. Council can make that determination in April, May when we come back.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody on the list. I'll continue going. I think I also ask this question every year, but I'm going to ask it again. Interest revenue. I know in our audited annual statement it is treated as a source of revenue, but internally, do we make the assumption, or do we allocate the interest to the reserve that it arises from?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes. The short answer is yes. In terms of financial reserves policy, there are specific reserves that are interest bearing, and we do allocate directly from operations to those reserves interest.
Okay, thank you. A very small question, Jeremy. In your notes, and I didn't mark the line here, but it doesn't matter. There's a description that says reallocated from general duty policing, $19,100. Page 12.5, if that helps. So it should be in your notes down here. 19,100, and I think I typed, 19,100. Under note 1, last line.
So when we took a look at what was going into this program, there was a transfer for generalized policing, which was not a life cycle type of reserve or contribution. So we've reallocated that to the policing program.
I don't understand the connection.
Can we provide more information?
Sure. Would you get
Thanks.
back to us? That'd be great. Thank you. I think we've covered them off. Yes, thank you. I'm good to go.
Okay, that looks like all for now, so thank you very much. We'll do one more and then we will take a comfort break. So we'll get through information technology. Trevor Harder presenting.
All right, good morning, Your Worship, members of council. I'm Trevor Harder, Director of Information Technology. Please refer to section 13 for a closer look at the proposed 2025 operating budget. There are 11 FTE in information technology. We provide hardware and software support, network infrastructure planning and maintenance, cybersecurity services, and network and data management. We are motivated to develop innovative and sustainable technology solutions, collaborating closely with all city departments. Please turn to section 13-3 for programs we manage. There are 4 programs we manage. Corporate Business Systems continues to be the largest program, ensuring that departmental program delivery is well supported by technology. Core activities include application support, application integration, database support, and business analysis intelligence. IT infrastructure program is the next largest, responsible for the procurement, maintenance and support, and replacement of all technology. Core activities include desktop support, network infrastructure management, telecommunications, asset management, and technology training. In 2025, we continue to build and enhance the IT security program with an additional $50,000. We started the program in 2019 with annual contributions until 2026, at which time we will be in a good position to continue our proactive approach in keeping the city secure. The smallest program and most underrated is Geographical Information Systems, known as GIS. Providing operational and strategic support through data on a map, this program plays a critical role in planning, land development, bylaws, asset management, utilities, roads, and parks through the coordination of geospatial data models and reporting tools. A few interesting stats and facts from our department. Help desk calls are estimated to be more than 520 per month in 2025, continuing to see an annual increase of 10 to 15%. Hack attempts against our network have been as high as 4,500 in a week. That's 642 per day. Approximately 1,100 spam and malware emails are blocked each day. The City Security Education Awareness Program delivered 2 phishing email tests in 2024. The spring test resulted in 17% of staff opening the email. The fall test result was much better at 9%. And my favorite note to share with Council is that there was $74,000 annual savings with the cellular mobility services switch from Bell to TELUS. Some of these savings were reallocated within the IT budget. The remainder will be recognized in department telecommunication budgets through 2025. Now we'll look at the 2025 budget recommendations beginning on page 13-5. Budget recommendation 12-0291, cybersecurity enhancement implementation. A cybersecurity controls review was completed this year by an external security consultant. The controls review is an evaluation of the specific safeguards and countermeasures that an organization has in place to protect its digital assets, systems, and data from cyber threats. The purpose of this review is to assess the effectiveness, adequacy, and compliance of these controls in line with regulatory requirements and industry standard security frameworks. Based on the findings from the review, a roadmap was created to complete security enhancements over 3 years. However, KPMG Financial Audit also identified many of the same security concerns through their security audit, recommending that all security controls be adopted within a year. Next, budget recommendation 12-0269, additional resources for information technology, infrastructure, and security. With the evolution to a digital world where everything is connected with technology, support demands for IT have increased exponentially. As the city grows, the volume and complexity of technical issues increase, creating a strain on existing IT resources. Aside from computer desktop support, you can add Wi-Fi internet systems, phone systems, security systems, SCADA utility systems, mobility communications, and audio-video setups. Not to mention the project management time and collaboration role IT has in almost every department's projects. Support calls are increasing annually, and we have managed to keep service levels abreast with consulting services, the network analysts working part-time in desktop support, and everyone in IT contributing where they can. However, the strain is really being felt now. With the 2025 and future security initiatives, the network analyst time originally devoted to desktop support will now need to be focused on cybersecurity. There is a reallocation of $60,000 within the IT budget towards the position, leaving the 2025 budget impact at $28,450. Budget recommendation 12-0304, Enterprise Resource Planning Modernization, commonly referred to as ERP. This budget rec includes the efforts of a few city departments, which are up here with me now. I'll ask Ms. Bejea to start us off.
Thank you, Mr. Harder. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to introduce the team and to present this budget recommendation. With me, I have Jeremy Even, our Chief Financial Officer, Clayton Northey, Manager of Accounting and Reporting, Trevor Harder, of course, our Director of Information Technology, and Bettina Ryan, our Director of People Services. As Council is aware, an ERP is the software system used to run the core businesses, which includes finance and human resource functions. So everything from accounting, utility billing, financial reporting, payroll, procurement, and more. Adopting a new ERP takes careful planning and preparation, given the sophistication of current software systems, the need to update and transition business processes, and the need to validate and move significant amounts of data.
So not surprisingly, the project requires coordination and commitment from multiple city departments and will impact the entire municipal organization. Although this is a large undertaking, it's important to keep in mind that modernizing the city's ERP provides an opportunity to automate and improve core business functions as well as improve the city's data assets. From a finance perspective, this transition has multiple benefits, including enhanced financial data that can both support and improve the city's decision-making.
From a people services perspective, this project means an opportunity to automate some of the most used human resources functions and make them more user-friendly and efficient. Also, and just as important, this project means ensuring that we have accurate employee data and that our payroll and time entry processes are up to date and will continue to serve the city well into the future.
You're probably wondering why it is so important to embark on the ERP system replacement at this time with many other city projects happening. The answer is simple. The city's current system has been in place for approximately 24 years and it's nearing its end of life. Our current software provider has given notice of the system's termination date, which means a point in time when the system will no longer be supported by the vendor or receive security updates and become obsolete technology. Basically, the city has a little more than 3 years to get the house in order and transition to a new ERP. This may seem like a lot of time, but given the scope of work to be done prior to going to market and the following implementation of a new system, we need to begin this project in 2025. Having a well-planned transition for this central software system aligns with business continuity and IT security best practices.
In 2023, the Tanta Solutions was engaged to conduct a comprehensive review of the city's ERP systems, and the final report was, with its recommendations, were presented to Committee of the Whole in May 2024. The Tanta's review included a gap analysis and identified what steps the city should undertake to prepare for ERP replacement. These steps are highlighted in the budget recommendation and include preparing for and validating existing data, mapping business processes, and developing a transition plan. The funds for this project will be used to ensure that we have the necessary technical skills and subject matter experts to prepare for an ERP replacement.
Council, at this point, we'd like to thank you for your time and attention, and of course, we welcome any comments or questions from Council on this project or other questions for Mr. Harder's presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We will go into round one of questions. Councillor Blizzard, you're first.
Thanks for all the information, and I definitely value IT, especially as we see in the world sometimes the takeover of computer systems that has happened in hospitals and different businesses, so it's definitely important. So with this change in the ERP, and I don't know if it's the same type of program change, but I do know, I think it was my husband's work and another big company that a friend worked for, they changed some software, and it was huge headaches for 6 months or more for staff. How are we preparing for this? Is this going to be all staff is stressed because of the change, or is this something we can have advanced training and make sure people are ready for it so that we don't have issues with it and all of a sudden people can't access different things, the public too?
To your worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, thank you for the comments. It is something that's very top of mind for this entire group. You're talking about the change management process, and that's part of the planning for the ERP. There is the pre-work that we need to do, and thinking about what that change management process will look like is a component of that. I don't think there's ever been an ERP project that went smoothly. There's always bumps along the way, so there will be process changes that staff will have to adapt to. That's part of this transition, but we are going to do our best collectively to plan and mitigate that risk. I'm not sure if anyone else felt, is there anything else?
So when we get this, is that like a software program that we're getting?
Through your worship, Councillor Blizzard, yes, it would be a software system.
So with a software system, I mean, and I'm only familiar with, say, computer upgrades, but when you have a change in software, a lot of times whoever, or a change over, that new software might be familiar with the old one and can point out some of the issues. Like, are we looking at that to help with the transition?
Through your worship, Councillor Blizzard, one of the initiatives that are the pre-RFP initiatives really is that extract data loading into the new system. It's also a couple of the other processes are related to cleaning up the data so that it's prepared for new systems. So that is very top of mind, and that's a significant part of what this pre-RFP phase, step one that we're doing now is.
Okay, and I guess we want to make sure we also minimize the extra staff time because that will then weigh on the budget, right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation. When I saw all of you coming up, I'm like, why does Trevor need an entourage for this presentation, right? But now it makes sense. But thank you for your presentation. So my first question is, so we currently have an ERP system. Didn't the vendor do an upgrade? Like, why are we transitioning to a completely new vendor? Because I'm thinking if it was an upgrade, it would be less headaches, less training, less stress, less money.
Through your worship, Councillor Abatoya, this vendor product is being retired.
Right, but did they not do don't they have like a new product that's
They have
good?
other products that some of which are more comparable and some are less comparable, and some can be adapted to this system. But we want to make sure, I think the intent of this project, this phase of the project, is to prepare our systems for a potential replacement, and that would be required for both Microsoft's existing offerings as well as going to any other product. We do want to, the Tantas report did identify a number of gaps in our existing system that were not being met, that we would want to address through the ERP replacement process as well.
So just to be clear, it's an entirely new vendor that's we're going with this time.
I might just add a little color, if you don't mind, to your worship, to Councillor Abatoya. At this point, we're agnostic about what that product is going to be.
Okay.
What you're seeing in front of you is really about preparing for a new system, regardless of who is providing that new system. We will do a very sort of robust needs assessment, so we understand what we need when we go to market. Then we would have to evaluate those offerings.
Okay, so you haven't made a decision on what's yet. Okay, got it. My second question is, so what kind of ongoing costs are we going to see as a result of this one-time cost? Do we know, is it going to be an ongoing cost, or is it just a one-time cost and that's it?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, thanks for the question. At this point, the $300,000 captures what we believe to cover the full cost of the pre-RFP activities. once we're done with that analysis and that project, essentially it would then move into the second phase with the actual software selection. But we believe that the 300,000 would capture all of the initial costs that we need.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
And maybe just picking up on that, what is the expected cost of this type of software for an organization of our scale?
So through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, based on the Tantus Solutions Consultants Study report, they gave us a range essentially. That number is in the 10-year capital plan at this point. I believe it starts in 2026 through 2029, and it totals approximately 5.4 million. And that is taken right from the Tantus report.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was just reviewing that the other day as well, and so this replaces, I think it's called Dynamics GP. Is that it? 208, and so that is like we have an end of term, or however you want to describe it, in 2028. So so I guess the question is, how long is our the internal preparation going to take, and then what is the timeline for phasing in? I guess are we going to reach that deadline? Because I believe it's a hard stop for that program or that software in 2028.
Through your worship, Councillor Nguyen, there's been updated information that's come out. The most recent is that the final set of, probably the most important thing for us is the final set of payroll updates will be September 2029, along with other feature updates. There are security updates that will go out a couple more years after that, though.
Okay, so essentially this, and there's a lot of layers to this program, all of which I don't understand completely. Obviously you do, but so it doesn't all have to happen at once, essentially. That's what we're saying. Hey.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you very much. I'm just curious about the $300,000. I can see the list of like what you have to do with that money, but where is that money actually being spent? Is that just a number of different consultants? Like, where do we actually spend the $300,000 to get this data?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, again at this point, because we haven't, well, we've kind of started the project within our own internal work that we're doing, looking at the data and working and understanding the report that was provided. To be honest with you, at this point, we don't know exactly where that cost is going to break out. We do realize that we need some expertise in this area to do proper planning. And so part of that, I more than likely will go to those types of consulting services to get an understanding to how to plan this project and make sure that we make it a success, essentially, from the initial planning phases. But to answer your question, we don't have a defined definitive allocation of that 300,000 at this point.
Okay, so it's just about ensuring that you have the resources available to see it through. That's regardless correct. Of what that ends up being. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I know when you brought this forward to council the first time, I thought it was the report was well done. I at that time shared some personal concerns, and I feel it important to bring them up again. I know you folks are aware. I believe that, but this is for council. I have a good friend who's at VP level for a company with about 2,000 employees. A half a dozen years ago, they started this process. Without proper planning and without a proper budget and without the proper commitment of senior management, this process can go sideways in a hurry. And it caused an enormous amount of difficulty and problems and lost business and lost customers to this particular company. At that time, I did some online research. At that time, there were multinational companies that were being blindsided by the conversion. So the 300,000, it's necessary. I'm not surprised at the $5.5 million budget. I think council needs to commit to it. I think you guys need to do your job and get it done properly, and you need the resources to do it. So long diatribe, but I do have a question, and it's just on the write-up of this request. I don't see this request as being a one-of. I think this is step one in a multi-year capital plan, which I think gives a different impression when you write it. And regarding the amount, I think because it's a multi-year capital plan, if in fact monies carry forward that are unspent from this year, that they would roll forward into the capital plan as unspent. It's a process. So rather than, what am I trying to say here? It's not an operating expense. I think it's a capital expense. I think this is step one in a $6 million program, and it rolls forward just like you do with every other capital program. It's unfinished business. It rolls budget to budget. So having said that, Jeremy, is that your approach with this, or is that what you anticipated?
Through your worship, yes, that's exactly how the Tantus report outlined it. Basically, annual expenditures as we go through the various phases of that implementation. We need X amount of dollars to incorporate that step, and so we factor that in the 10-year capital plan. Like I mentioned, it starts in 2026 with some initial work once we determine what vendor we're selecting, and ends in approximately 2029.
But to be
with amounts allocated for each of those years.
Be more specific. This allocation, this request, if there's unspent monies, it will roll forward in the capital plan as opposed to being absorbed in the operating budget for 25.
Through your worship, that is correct, yes.
That's correct?
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next on the speaking order. We're going to take a shift here. Let's go to your staffing request. So when I look at your service levels and you give examples of municipalities, how many are based on FTE supported staff, you've got 420 staff that you say they're supporting. I thought our total staff complement was 420, including all of our summer staff. Can you just confirm?
Through your worship. Yes, that number is based on the total complement of the staff that would be included in summer as well.
So when you do the analysis with these other ones, are you certain you've got the ratio? Because I guess I'm questioning how much servicing would you give to somebody who is running the mower as far as IT goes, or picking up garbage?
Through your worship, the summer staff would have some of this, like a lot of the same technology that any of the other staff would have. If they have city issued cell phones, or they're doing some of their work that they have to report on an application on their mobile device, there's that support. They still log in and do their timesheets. They still have to access the computers the same way everyone else does. The support wouldn't be as much, obviously, because they're only working through those 4 months in summer.
Okay, and then I guess the next question, because staff haven't gone up that much, I guess I'm just looking for the justification, because you're saying right now we're sitting at 11, and I guess I'm looking for a little more justification other than just saying, well, these ones have this much, so we should have this much. So can you just help justify it a little bit?
Through your worship, I guess this chart here can give you a general idea of what support ratios are per support people we have. I wouldn't put as much emphasis on this as the actual write-up of the request. We have a gap right now in the desktop support area because of the cybersecurity that has come on. So our network analyst, who is working half of his time in desktop support, I need him into the security, the network security part of our work. That's really increased over the last couple of years, and we don't have the resources to be able to do the security piece as well as the desktop support without filling that gap in the desktop support area.
Okay. Councillor Harris, you're next.
Back to the RMP implementation. I've been involved in a number of these types of projects after the fact to help organizations deal with their change. Who will be the designated change manager to ensure the success of this project? Because I think if you look at change management from a statistical point of view, most change initiatives fail because a senior level change manager is not driving the need for the change. So is it one person or is it the senior leadership team? Because that ultimately is where it comes to roost.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, thank you for the question. It is something that we are alive to, and your comments are well taken. So one of the recommendations arising out of the Tantas report is to establish a governance committee to oversee this project. That governance committee will ultimately oversee change management, and that includes of course, the city manager, as well as my role and many of the folks you see here. So it will be a joint effort, and it will also be supported by experts outside of the organization, especially in terms of the project management with ERP expertise and change management in that area as well. So the exact details are yet to be determined, but we will be following the recommendation in terms of how to govern the project arising from the Tantas report.
Yeah, I read the Tantas report with interest, but the primary factor for success in the implementation of a major project of this type, notwithstanding the fact that staff have experience working in that environment, I think a lot of change management has failed in the past because people were trying to go back to the old ways of doing. I don't like doing this. I'm going to use a spreadsheet. So I think it's crucial that if you have a team that ultimately will drive that forward to demonstrate to all staff the need to implement this in a meaningful way, I think that'll bring greater success and probably reduce the cost quite substantially in the long run. So that's good to hear.
Thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. So just regarding the staff that you're requesting, honestly, I think in terms of justification, the numbers speak for it. Cybersecurity threats have increased sporadically, and even municipalities are becoming targets. So I think it's important for us to have the required supports. But my question is just coming to your FTE and looking at where the biggest number of your assets, in terms of your people, right? The FTE, you have 5.9 under corporate business systems. What exactly happens there? And again, I support, getting the support for the IT security for your staff requests. But my question is, what exactly is happening under corporate business systems, and is there an ability to get to move some of those FTEs to your IT security?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoy, the 5.9 that you see there that's allocated to the corporate business applications, that would be most of the software side. So that's all the software side. So all our software applications, the support within those applications, all the financial applications, Microsoft Office, everything that we use is basically all theirs. It's all that part.
Okay, so there is definitely nothing available there to divert to your IT security.
That's correct. It's their skill set is in their software applications, and they don't.
Okay,
it wouldn't
completely different skills. Okay. My second question is, I'm just looking at your request, your cybersecurity enhancement implementation, and I'm looking at the things that you want to do. So things like comprehensive incident response plan, testing to identify potential vulnerabilities. I kind of got involved in cybersecurity early this year, so I've got like my CompTIA Security Plus and some other designation in cybersecurity, so I'm quite aware of these things. So are we not doing these things currently? Are these new things we're going to be including in our organization? Because I feel like these are things that we should already be doing.
Through your worship, so part of the cybersecurity controls review that we did, it follows an industry standard framework. In this framework, all these items have to be done. So some of these items we're doing, but we're kind of doing them off the side of our desk to the best of our ability. with the skill set and resources that we have. So that's why we brought in a consultant to do this security control review with us, and they outlaid kind of what we need to do. So we're doing it. We just need to do it better and put more policy towards it.
Okay, so just one last follow-up question. So this is work that a consultant is going to be doing, and so are they going to hand you over the policies that you need to follow through? What are they going to be handing? So first of all, I guess my question is, this request for $100,000, is that going to be done by consultants? And what do you hope to get out of it? Are they going to be giving you like policies and documents and IRPs and those types of things that your department has to follow through?
Through your worship, that's correct. There's several policies that we need to create within IT. They're going to help us create these policies, and that'll be a deliverable, as well as the plans, the incident response plan, the disaster recovery plan, IT governance committee. They're going to assist us with creating that. Now, they're going to do a lot of that because they're the experts in that area, but we do have some resources that'll work together with them to get this all done.
Okay. Well, I think it's very important, so we appreciate the work you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just a short question on the under risks of ERP. Just so I understand, you made the comment that it could expand, the scope could expand to accommodate the needs of various stakeholders. Does that mean that stakeholders such as vendors are going to need to be supplied with updated software? So we're going to have to provide these type of partners, vendors, suppliers with like essentially what would be our proprietary software at that point, or what does that mean? Does that make sense? Or are those just departments? Okay, just the wording made it sound like that could be outside city.
Our stakeholders would be our internal departments. There would be some interaction with there's a couple different things that were recommended in there that may include outside parties. There's as well as employees generally when you talk about the payroll systems and vendor systems or customers through billing.
Okay, fair enough, and that answers my question. Thanks.
Okay.
I could just add a little bit more color. It's really just managing the scope of the project. It's difficult sometimes when you're dealing with software to say, oh, but we could also expand it and do this function and this function. So it's really about managing the scope of what we're doing, if that helps at all.
Yeah, it does. And so, I mean, under the planned scope of this project, I think it affects every one of our departments, right? So in terms of scope creep to other stakeholders, we shouldn't probably see that as they've been accounted for already in the planning.
You're all good? Okay, that looks like all the questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. So we will take a break, and to make it easy for everyone to remember, let's be back at 10:55. Give you 13 minutes. Okay, 10:55. We will get started, and we are starting with People Services. Welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Bettina Ryan, and I am the Director of People Services. Please refer to Section 14-1 of your budget document. The People Services Department, located on the second floor of City Hall, is made up of 8 FTE that support the organization in 6 program areas: payroll and benefits, classification and compensation, employee and labor relations, health and safety, recruitment and orientation, and corporate-wide training and development. The many programs and services that benefit citizens each day are impossible without people, engaged city staff that take pride in customer service and their community. The People Services Department supports the city's employees and encourages consistent employee engagement while supporting a strong organizational culture. The People Services Department houses recommended organization-wide compensation adjustments, and with council budget approval, any compensation changes approved are then allocated out to departments. This is in the fiscal services programs we manage under salary and wage mitigation, sick leave, and compensation adjustments. The People Services Department will continue to provide responsive human resources services to meet the needs and priorities of the organization. We will continue to evaluate our recruitment processes to ensure we enable sufficient applicant attraction and provide timely replacement for vacant positions. We will continue to focus on training and development by providing employees with opportunities to develop their leadership skills through hands-on workshops and virtual training sessions. We will also undertake collective bargaining with IAFF Local 5277. The People Services Department has no fees and charges. The People Services Department has 2 budget recommendations for 2025. The first recommendation, number 12-0165, on page 14-5 of the budget document, is a recommendation for $35,000 for the salary and wage survey and is funded by the Health, Safety, and Wellness Reserve. As per Council Policy HUM-004, non-union staff compensation, a formal market survey shall be conducted every 3rd calendar year. The last in-house salary and wage survey was conducted in 2022 with the support of an external consultant. The city utilizes an external expert in this field to ensure the best information is gathered and analyzed. The survey focuses primarily on non-union staff as collective bargaining is utilized with the union. Surveys allow the city to align salaries closer to those offered in comparable neighboring municipalities. This survey will provide useful information to attract, support, and retain employees and determine various wage levels based on the market average. The second recommendation, number 12-0166 on page 14-9, is a recommendation for $458,700 for a compensation adjustment to implement a cost of living adjustment for non-union staff and council. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up for questions. I can start with the first one. With regarding the compensation adjustment on 14-9, I guess I have a question because in your description, you talk about a 2% COLA. I value all of our staff equally, I do, but one comment that has been made in the past is if you're giving non-union the same what you're giving union, then doesn't it feel like you're actually, when you're going to do bargaining, that it's almost like you're doing your bargaining for the non-union as well? I mean, the statement that you have in there, and I'm going to say that's a terrible statement because I just feel like you're doing the bargaining for both, and I don't think that's correct. Is it possible to get the breakdown for what is union and what's non-union so that they're just So that's an information request. And the other was a comment, so.
To your worship, yes, we can
Do
get
you
the
ha-
breakdown for you for
Okay.
sure. Yeah.
Do you have that handy or not?
Shannon, do you?
Okay, then I'll just ask as an information request. Okay, because I do have concerns with that. Councillor Harris? Sorry.
The compensation survey to be undertaken from time to time. Where would you say out of our 420 staff, more or less, some of them union, some of them non-union, where would you suggest we sit on an ongoing basis in terms of the number of positions that would probably compensation has not kept, up with what the market is doing, and we end up red circling people? Where are we at that point in time right now, in your estimation?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, I would say on the non-union side, right now, the market, looking at the market comparisons between what our comparator municipalities are doing, I'm thinking in information technology positions with the increase in having to do the cybersecurity and that type of thing. That's something we'd for sure want to look at as well.
Yeah, but how many would be kind of at the point where ultimately they're not going to go up at all, so they're red circled?
Oh, I see.
Small number, big number?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Harris, just reviewing recently what our positions are and where we're looking at some possible red circling. I'm not seeing very many. I do have a couple that I'm thinking that would be at the higher end of our compensation grid for sure.
So second question along those lines. So all of our non-union positions ultimately are hired on a grid, correct? How many
That's
steps
correct.
in the grid? 4
Yes.
or 5?
There's six steps. Yes.
So ultimately when somebody max out at the 6th step, then it's a question of the survey bringing some value to determine whether or not it needs to be adjusted from that standpoint?
That's correct.
Okay, good, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. This is an aside to start with. Sturgeon County just completed recently a review of their elected representatives' compensation. The mayor got a raise. The councillors, they determined, are rather sadly overpaid, and they're not going to get a raise for multiple years going forward. And just an aside, so careful what we wish for, I guess. I do have a question, a legitimate question. The increase in WCB premiums of $527,500, I find that staggering. In terms of a percentage increase just to WCB, what is that percentage increase? Like what was our premium, total premium to WCB prior to the increase? And while you're looking, I'll continue talking. You referenced two issues. A rate change, which is a WCB prerogative, and we really can't do much about that, but also accident history. So I'd like a breakdown, if possible, or if you could give council a breakdown on what our accidents cost us, as opposed to the simple rate increase. And I don't expect you have that today. Or do you?
I have what the base budget was. That
I'm
was
sorry?
one of your questions. The base budget, what was prior to this increase?
Yeah, please, if you have that handy, yeah, please.
Yeah, it was currently $260,000.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
$260,000.
Was our budget total for WCB?
Correct.
And we got an increase of 550,000?
I think Bettina should have more more information on that.
Please, it caught my eye immediately, so anything you can provide, I'd appreciate. Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'm going to invite our health and safety advisor, Brent Clark, and he can go through that with you.
I just met Brent 5 minutes ago, so welcome up.
Hello. So I guess to answer the question through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the giant rate increase of the 500,000 comes just because of our atypical 2022, which we saw a major increase in our claim costs. So It was about 340% of what our regular claim cost would be. The problem that we have, and that what we will see going forward, is that the way WCB works is it's for 3 out of the previous 4 years. So seeing that higher claim cost in 2022 means that for until the year 2027, we're going to essentially be paying for that higher claim cost. So once 2027 comes, 2022 falls off of what the premium cost would be. So from that point, we've gone from a 341% increase. The following year, 2023, we went down about 95%. From 2023 to 2024, we went down about 28%. So we're just essentially waiting for that atypical year for us to come off, and then our WCB should decrease.
The declines you referenced were the accident claims, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'd still like the financial breakdown if possible. It seems to... Were we as a city an outlier, or was the year 2022 bad for our peers in the industry as well? I'm wondering what drives 22 other than the tail end of COVID and everybody's pretty frustrated and annoyed. So give me, if you could, some color on that. It doesn't have to be today.
Yeah, so I guess through your worship to Councillor Kelly is, I mean, we're never going to be able to know 100% if what our comparators are. So the city of Edmonton, Calgary, Grand Prairie, it's cities over 10,000 people. But what we can say is that we have remained in a discount position compared to that industry rate. So even with that atypical year, because we've generally sat in so much lower than what our industry sits at, we sit in a discounted rate. Now, because of that atypical 2022 year, that discount has decreased. However, even with that, we are lower than what our comparators or our industry would be sitting at. So we're still sitting in a discounted position compared to what our industry is.
If it's easily available, and I don't want you to spend a lot of time, if it's easily available, could you put some of that information in the chart so we could visualize it? Yeah. Again, easily available. If it's not, simply say so. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just going off the last line of questioning, I know there's been industry increases to WCB as well, so that atypical year I wouldn't think captures 100% of the inflationary costs through WCB as well. I pay WCB and my rates have increased, I would say, substantially for having no incidents, no accidents or claims. So I guess could you just include what that the general industry inflation increase would be as well, separate from the atypical year increase due to claims that were made through the city?
Absolutely, and through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. So just so that you're aware, that increase from in the last 6 years has actually increased our premium about $1.07 for every $100 spent, and that's just the industry rate. That has nothing to do with us. So like you're saying, it is quite a large increase. To put that into a little bit of perspective for you, if you think about a $30 million payroll, that's about $320,000 in an increase over since 2019. So it isn't just us. Unfortunately, we are at the kind of mercy of some of the bigger players within our industry group. So the City of Edmonton, the City of Calgary, Grand Prairie is another big one, where if they're seeing higher claims costs, that's what's driving up that cost, and we're just unfortunately having to bear with that industry rate as well. Again, like I said, we're dealing with that. We're staying in that discounted position, so we're less than what some of the major players are, but that atypical year really drove us up. So
appreciate that answer. Thanks. One last question. The 2% COLA. I think it's been a little while since we talked about COLA. Is the 2% across the board? It doesn't say it's an average. I know different positions were being compensated more with the COLA calculations that we've done, and some were less. So is that true to this 458,000?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, so the 2% would be applied to all the non-union positions. It's just a flat 2%.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you for your presentation. I'd like to revisit this WCB premiums. I know you've said a lot already, but I'm just flabbergasted by the jump from 200 and something thousand last year to 700 and something. That's where we are at in 2025. So, but if this issue was as a result of something that happened in 2022, why are we seeing that significant jump in 2025?
Yeah,
Why not last year or 2 years ago when this happened?
So through your worship to Councillor Abatoye. So as I said, WCB works on the first 3 of the last 4 years. So in 2023, what we would have seen is 2022 would have been excluded, and then we would have seen the rates from 2021, 2020, and 2021, 20, and 19. Sorry, I had to think about that. So it isn't until 2024 that this year that it started to be included. Now we also have to remember that depending what happens and when the cost happens, so if we saw a cost of $1,000 in 2022 on a claim that ended up costing us $110,000, let's say we now saw $100,000, whatever it may be in 2023, that's when it goes against. So the incident took place in 2022, the cost is incurred in 2023, and that's kind of what we saw. So it helps us and it hurts us because at the end of it, they will, my understanding is considered just the incident from 2022, which will fall off. But that's why sometimes we'll see costs go up for not necessarily the 2024 year, but the 2025 year, if that makes sense.
Okay, I think I understand. So this is the first time we're seeing that increase, that effects from 2022, and we're going to see it until 2027.
Correct.
Basically, okay, that makes sense, but it's big. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That looks like all of the questions for you. So thank you very much. Next one, we have corporate communications. Jesse Bailey presenting.
All right, good morning. Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jesse Bailey and I'm the Director of Corporate Communications. I'm here to present the Corporate Communications 2025 operating budget, which can be found in section 15 of your budget binder. A quick overview of corporate communications. We manage and oversee all city and department brands, marketing, and communication assets. We help create the city's voice and are closely integrated with every department to develop their plans and ensure residents, businesses, and their various partners are effectively informed and engaged. Corporate communications leads internal and external communications, including the city's websites, social media platforms, and all major marketing and advertising campaigns. We help ensure the city departments and facilities are positioned in a professional, coherent, and effective manner. Corporate communications is a lean and centralized department with 4 full-time staff. We have no fees or charges, and we have 5 program areas which are outlined on page 15-3 of your document. They include services committed to communications, marketing, advertising, creative services, and public engagement. This year, corporate communications only has one budget recommendation. Budget recommendation 12-0294 is outlined on page 15-5. This one-time $50,000 request is to celebrate 2 major milestones in 2025. The city's 40th anniversary of incorporation on Canada Day, July 1st, 1985, and the 150th anniversary of the Northwest Mounted Police Establishment. These funds will support celebratory graphics, expanded advertising and marketing, and enhanced events. Canada Day will feature special activities to mark the city's incorporation, potentially enhancing existing programs and expanding family-friendly offerings. The Northwest Mounted Police Anniversary will be recognized with its own celebration, which may include live performances, historical presentations, and family activities. Additionally, we may explore special celebratory memorabilia for purchase to help offset costs. Final plans for both celebrations will be confirmed in 2025. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so I've got one question.
Sure.
I thought we did the RCMP 150th this year.
Yep, that was the RCMP, I believe, and this one is for the Northwest Mounted Police, so I think they're a little bit different, but Brad might be able to speak to that.
Okay, getting me on a technicality. Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
Thanks for the presentation. When I look at your, in section 22, page 22, the line item budget, the salaries, wages, and benefits jump substantially on that one. So can you explain that from 514 to 588?
Which page, sorry?
In section 22, page 22. So it's our line item budget. It's not on your, I don't see it in here, but maybe I'm just missing where it came from or where that went.
I can answer that. Communications department has done a reallocation from various programs to create a position called a corporate designer position. So it's a reallocation from other expenditures into salaries.
Oh, okay, that would explain it. Then maybe you can just keep going on that one. So also on the approved budget from 2024 and then base budget, there's a big jump in the advertising and printing. Is that, since you seem to know that document better?
So communications, again, consolidated advertising and printing from various departments into their department to fulfill their strategic advertising and promotion of the city.
So you didn't even know all this?
No, I did. Sorry, I just don't have that
You're
exact
just
page in
taking
front of
the
me.
hit.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's it. Thank you very much for explaining that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a couple questions to follow up on Mayor Catcher's question. When I read this, I thought it was a celebration of our fort here. Is that not correct? It's the Northwest Mounted Police in general?
Brad Babick is in the gallery. I think he's better positioned to
I
respond to
appreciate
these
that.
questions.
Welcome, Brad.
Good morning, Council. Through your worship to Councillor Macon, you are correct. This is the celebration of the establishment of the Northwest Mounted Police Fort, not the Royal or the RCMP service. That is the distinction between the two.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. And then my other question for you, Jesse, is just on, I was surprised not to see a one-time request for election communications. Is that something that can just be absorbed through your current budget? I was expecting to see, just with the changes, that we'd require more this year.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Macon, I believe Legislative Services will take you through those costs.
Okay, I didn't think I saw corporate communications dollars in their budget, but maybe I missed it. Okay.
Well, it would fall through some of our existing funds already.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. Good morning. I am strongly in favor of the request for the $50,000, but I wonder why it's in your budget and not the Parks and Rec. So help me understand, because it seems to me the 50 is a lot more than just communication.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Kelly, you're correct. It is going to be split between two departments, essentially, and for two events. So we talked as a team and felt it was appropriate just to do one request instead of two. But it will support my department in terms of increased advertising and promotions, the additional swag, and then some of it will go towards special events for enhanced activities.
Such as maybe increased fireworks?
It is a potential, yeah. We will finalize plans in 2025, though.
That would be fantastic. Thank you. So, just to be clear, though, the bulk of the 50,000 is going to be spent outside of your department and probably with rec and culture. When I said more than half.
Yeah, about half or a little bit more, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
So I looked up when the Northwest Mounted Police was founded, and that was in 1873. So, okay. Yeah, or sorry, let me bring up the date. Yeah, 1873. So, and which became the RCMP. And since we already had this one celebration, I know we've answered the question. Thanks, Brad. But my further question is, what is the aptitude within the policing community to have this? What kind of seems to me like an additional celebration. Is it driven from them, or is it something that your department came up with?
I can hear Brad coming.
Through your worship to Councillor Noyne, largely it was driven from the fact that this is a significant event in the city's history. In terms of it was the establishment of where the city would come from. So it was more presented in that perspective rather than, again, the establishment of the police service. It really is speaking to the history and culture of our community and what that fort basically allowed us to become at that initial point. So it was primarily driven from us from a municipal history perspective.
Right, okay. Good enough. I had a similar question to Councillor Kelly just on dedication or that, I guess, increased service level activities that we're going to see in this, but I take it that that's a pre-planning stage at the moment. So if this is granted, then you'll make it spectacular.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. I'm coming back in on round two. So similar to Councillor Blizzard's question about the increase in the salary and wages, and I know you, Shannon, Ms. Ndruko, you just said, well, you've taken from others to, and this is creating a new position?
That is correct. We reallocated within the corporate communications budget to create the position, and Jesse has more details on that.
So in other words, so you've cut some other positions by some hours or money? Like I'm just trying to understand this.
So it would have been advertising and marketing program. They reallocated some of those costs to the corporate designer because that's the type of work that they're going to be doing.
And to add to that also, to your worship, we're reallocating from consultation budgets as well. So we'll outsource less and do more in-house. So this gives us more control over our work and more hours for our staff to accomplish creative tasks.
Okay, and I'm going to make a comment on that. I think it's important to actually put that in your notes when you're doing something like that, because all of a sudden somebody just shows up when we go, well, we didn't approve a new position. So to me it feels it's, a little bit deceptive when we do that. But also when you have that, usually you've got office, you've got computers. So where is that? Am I seeing that in here somewhere too?
So for office and computers, we have some budget within our existing budget to handle those costs.
Okay. I just stand by my comment. I think it's, if we're actually adding bodies, I don't care where the reallocation comes from. I think that needs to be laid out because
in the notes to the programs you manage for corporate communications, we do note it in several of the programs. So if you look, for example, under 15-3, Public Engagement and Community Relations, or Communication and Planning and Consulting, it's one of the first notes there.
Okay. I still stand by my comment. I think it needs to be totally laid out there. It's a new position request, because it is. Councillor Blizzard?
Yeah, going with that. And again, I agree with clarity, but I also think I was going to bring this up later, but we have a summary of all the new positions, which is in section 22-3. And I just quickly scanned it. I don't see that one listed. Like when I see a sheet with information on new positions, I'd like to see it complete of every position, even if it means, lower in one, because we can justify the cost of it. The other thing on that same sheet, I don't know who did this, and I'm sure it's very accurate, but it says, new position, senior development planner, 0.75. So I assume that's because we are doing the budget as next year it's 75% of it, and the following year the other percent. But then, in that case, I would still like to see a summary of what the position is, because now it kind of looks like we've got 9 positions, but we've actually got less or more because some are from last year. So can we get a sheet that outlines all the new positions?
So this sheet does outline all the new positions. To answer your first question on the corporate designer, it is on this page. It's 3/4 of the way down under corporate services, the last position.
Okay.
For your second comment about the senior development planner, those positions approved in 2024, I believe if you go to section 6-3, you probably see the council report that was brought to council from the planning department and the utility department for those positions in prior council meetings.
I get it. I just mean, and I only use that just because it was happened to be reading it first, but they say 0.75. But in reality, we're actually approving a whole position. It looks like we're approving 3/4. So I guess I'm looking to the city manager maybe. Can we get a summary of all the brand new ones, that excluding the ones added last year, just saying we're adding a position. I get that 3/4 of the cost is next year, but you know, I just find it's not very clear on here.
Yeah, through your worship, I mean, we put a 0.75 in for the year a position gets approved because it's assumed that they won't get hired until April or so.
Right.
So we're trying to be accurate with showing when the costs will occur. The other 25% gets added into the next year's budget after that.
But
I'm
we
not
have some
entirely
that are
clear
50%.
what it is look, we might have to have a conversation offline. I'm not entirely sure what your request is.
Well, it's just odd because some of them are 0.2, some are 0.55. So which positions are, full-time positions, and are there some that are just casual? I guess just a summary on more layman's term.
Which page are you on right now?
22-3.
But that's from comms, right? The 20, or was it?
It's under section 22 appendix.
Okay.
Yeah, it says personnel summary, and like I say, I get that these numbers 0.75, but some of them aren't as clear because they're 0.35, 0.1.
So those 0.25s would have been from the previous year's budget, and we're just topping up the 0.25.
Sorry, I'll just jump in. Those 0.25s, if you're looking at custodial for facilities and casual safety codes clerk, those are casual or part-time positions.
So they're just allocating. Okay.
That's correct.
I just found it wasn't very clear on here.
And the 7.5 comes from our policy, our budgeting policy as well.
I'll leave it for now, but I just think it could be done a little clearer for even future councils to show that these are new positions with some of it getting divided up into different years.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly. Oops, sorry, second. Go ahead.
You bet. Thank you. I just want to confirm I have an information request in for a breakdown, I think, over the last 5 years for employee FTE count, and that's coming as an information request. Just making sure, because that might help, well, certainly myself, but perhaps Councillor Blizzard as well in understanding what's going on.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, just to confirm, we did capture that as a information request on day one, so we are working on the responses to those.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it looks like all the questions for you. Okay. We will do legislative services next, and then I assume by then we will take a break.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Andrew Kaiser, and I am the Director of the Legislative Services Department. You can find the Legislative Services content in Section 16 of the 2025 Operating Budget document. The Legislative Services Department has 7 positions, with a majority of their time being allocated to our 11 department programs along with the office supplies program under fiscal services, and of course, supporting the elected officials programs. Some of the department programs include council and council meeting support, legislative and legal support, insurance and risk management, contract administration, records management, as well as programs such as the city's Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act services, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, and the Assessment Review Board. Our department has no service level changes anticipated in 2025, but within the programs we manage document on page 16-3 of the budget document, there are a few allocations to programs I'll speak to in this presentation. First, as with any year in which a municipal election takes place, FTE allocations have been made to ensure the city's 2025 election has the staff resources necessary to effectively carry out the election. And second, beyond the FTE reallocations, you will notice a one-time funding from the Municipal Operating Projects Reserve in the amount of $170,000 for the 2025 municipal election. This amount was determined with consideration to the city's new obligations to hand count all ballots cast and the downstream effects of that change, and the requirement to prepare and maintain a permanent elector register. Many of the same initiatives identified in our department business plan are still underway as they are continuing in nature, but one focus program for the coming year is records management. The department's Records and Information Governance Officer position is now staffed, and in 2025 they will be bringing a renewed records management bylaw, retention schedule, and will be developing updated training materials for staff that reflect the city's records systems, such as SharePoint. Nearly all of the Legislative Services Department fees are regulated and capped by the province. The FOIP program has provincially established fee structures, and we mirror that fee structure in our own fees and charges bylaw. The Assessment Review Board also has provincially established maximums, and in the 2024 budget process, we adjusted those fees to align with those maximums. The last legislative services program with fees is the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, or the SDAB. The SDAB does not have provincially established rates, and our rates have been determined by weighing factors such as the legislated right to appeal granted to applicants or affected parties, the benefit received by the individual and the community at large, and comparable fees within the region and our own organization. Changes were made in 2024 to reflect these factors, and no changes are recommended at this time. That's all from me, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Okay, I'm going to jump in first because I mentioned this way early, I think on day one. So you had sent out a briefing note saying that you weren't doing the census in 2025 because of the elections. So my question would be, how much money do we get per person from the provincial government per person? So that's a question that I have. Okay. Do you know that at all?
Yes, I do. I will say this has to be qualified quite a bit because the local government fiscal framework formula is established, but it changes due to a multitude of factors. I can go into that further if you like, but I'm going to grossly oversimplify the number to be effectively $95 per person.
So $95 per person. So when you have a growth rate of 4.3%, so it's over 1,000 people, that would be like $95,000.
I did do the napkin math if you want. If we have a growth rate of 4.31% as we did this past year, our current population, according to this year's census, is 29,857. So 4.31% would take us up to 31,143. So that's a difference of 1,286 residents, and at that $95 per person rate, we would gain effectively $122,170.
Okay. So then my question is, if a census costs $30,000, $40,000 to run, why would we be giving up that funding? Even though I know the federal one's doing one, but it takes so long to get there. And by the time we get there, there's this way outdated and not even correct all the time. So I guess I'm going to pose that question to Mr. Fleming as opposed to you.
Oh, I got an answer for you.
Oh, do you have an answer? Okay.
So to your worship, historically, whenever we approach a municipal census, we say simply that it pays for itself. So why not do a census? And that does remain true. As I stated, the 122,000, it's nothing to balk at. But again, I got to qualify that number with quite a few things. So the LGFF funding formula is established contemplating a few things. 65% of it is population. 15% is tangible capital assets, 10% amortization, 10% roadways. So it does inform part of the formula. The actual funding resulting from that formula is dependent on provincial revenues. And so that's a big qualifying statement for that. And it also, you have to think of relative growth. So we're approaching lunchtime, so I'm going to think of it as a pie. So, excuse me, all of those factors weighed together, or I'll say the provincial revenues determine the size of the pie, and then relative growth determines your slice. So the population statistic is part of that formula, but it actually informs funding 3 years later as well. So that's another qualifying statement. So our population that we would arrive at in this coming census would inform 2028 funding from the province. So of course it's still funding from the province, but it takes them time to finalize and audit their provincial budgets and revenues and then disperse the funding. So yeah, we wouldn't realize the benefit of conducting the census until 2028. If that makes any sense. I kind of got lost in my pie analogy.
Okay, so I guess, and if you'll just indulge me, so when you're talking about these pieces of the pie, as our other mid-sized cities are doing their census every year and to keep up with getting their piece of the pie, does that not get us a smaller piece of the pie?
To your worship, potentially. If you experienced higher than relative growth, your slice of the pie would get bigger. If you don't, then your population statistic would remain the same. So unless other municipalities are... I hear Shannon about to...
So I think too, if you didn't do the census for 2025, we would have a catch-up year in 2029. Because that would then show what our population has grown since 2025. Also, to the formula, there's a pot of, like Andrew had said, there's a pot of money that the government has allocated for mid-sized cities. And so it also determines, it's also one of the determining factors is how much growth did we grow on the average. So if other communities have grown faster or greater than us, they'll see a bigger piece of the pie no matter what the census is. It's predictable funding, but unpredictable, if that makes sense.
Okay, I'll go Councillor Batoye.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you for all the explanation. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Kaiser. So I guess just as a follow-up to that, is the reason we're not doing the census in the same year is because of capacity? We just don't have the capacity to handle both census and election at the same time?
Through your worship to Councillor Batoye, in a word, yes. I think that the 2025 municipal election presents some unique challenges, and we need to dedicate time to address those challenges.
Yeah, no, and I'll agree with that. I was having a conversation with an Edmonton councillor this weekend, and just kind of talking about the challenges that this election year poses. And I know they have a peculiar situation that we don't yet have. So we're obviously not going to be using tabulators. We have earmarked funding for that. But are there going to be other shortfalls or things that will cascade as a result of that? And I'm not saying not even in next year, like any other types of requirement that we're going to have to fund as a result of this new changes in the following years? Because I know they do, but I'm not sure it would have that sort of situation.
Through your worship to Councillor Arbuthnot, sorry, can I just clarify, this is specific to the tabulators you had said?
Yes.
The cost implications of that, I would say staff and personnel, because hand counting, obviously you need people to count. That doesn't necessarily have a year-over-year impact.
Sorry, it was not specifically with the tabulates. I'm just saying, like, any requirements from the new changes and policy changes from the provincial government or new requirements. I know that for them, they're going to have to be doing some new reporting every year, right? I guess we don't have that yet because we don't have that requirements yet. I guess I just answered my question. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, other changes to the Local Authority Election Act that might impact is the requirement to create and maintain a permanent elector register. That's the one thing that I could see as like a ongoing commitment that would result in operational costs.
Okay, all right, perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council. Oh, Sandy, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Kaiser could probably speak to this a little more eloquently than I can, but one of the other factors driving the decision not to conduct a census in 2025 is also increased costs for conducting the census in a year where we have an election and we have some additional logistical and resource challenges related to the election. So not to beat the pie analogy to death, but that would also eat into our share of the pie, just the cost of running the census under the conditions we're expecting in 2025.
Pardon?
I was just going to follow up on that comment. As Ms. Bougea indicated, there would be additional costs to implementing or carrying out, I should say, the 2025 census. Being a term position would be the ideal for us to get someone in there to as a census coordinator effectively to carry it out. And then obviously the standing census operational costs. So if we brought someone in for a term position to carry it out and then funded the census again as we do in previous years, we would still likely end up ahead, so to speak.
Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
Just one thing, and this might be Shannon again. On page or section 22, so page 22-23, the contracted services jumps quite a bit. Is that tied in with that the election cost?
Wow.
Yes, that's correct. It is tied with the elections.
Because those positions are all considered contract positions, is that?
Yes, through your worship, Councillor Blizzard.
Okay.
Yes, the software provider for the elector register, that would be another contracted service. Excuse me.
Is also the positions hired or considered a contract?
Yeah, absolutely. Also, the actual election workers would be considered under that.
Thank you.
Okay, you're good. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I want to beat up the census thing a little bit more. I think you guys did a great job of trying to explain how the provincial government works, and I'm not sure you could adequately do that in 2 minutes verbally. But from what I understand you saying, they've already built into their allocation a population increase factor. So Fort Saskatchewan in 24 has 29,800 people. The grant is going to assume we grow by some number and will be based on 30,400. And the benefit of the census is only if, in fact, we're above 30,400, and we won't see that benefit till year 29. Does that adequately capture what I think you were saying?
Yes, I think so. So what you were saying was the growth in population. If we were to do the census in 2025, we will not realize that until 2028 if we were doing census in 2025. But then, since not doing it in 2025, we'll have a bigger growth number for 2029.
Okay, but I thought I understood you, Andrew, to say that we would have to have a growth rate over and above what we've normally had to benefit. I thought that's what you said.
Over the average city, mid-sized city.
And Alberta grew at 4% last year, so we would have to grow at more than something like 4% and prove that to only get the incremental difference.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I don't think the LGFF funding assumes a growth rate. So effectively, if you don't conduct a census, your population statistic would be your last verified number by census. So it would remain at our 29,857 for, I suppose, the 2028 funding. It doesn't kind of apply a generic growth rate in the absence of a census. So we would miss out on any growth if we did not conduct a census. Okay, Does that clarify?
Well, that clarifies it. That's not what I thought I heard the first time through, because you talked about, or at least I think you said, it's incremental growth rate. Like the change in if our growth rate is 4%, we'd only benefit if in fact we were growing in excess of that 4%. What I just heard is it's any growth.
Yes, that's right. Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, any growth would result in increased LGFF funding, but your allocation of the mid-sized cities dedication is dependent on your growth relative to other mid-sized cities. So if we grew at a rate higher than other...
Stop there, please. Explain that to me. That's what I heard, and that's where I'm getting lost. Allocation relative to other mid-sized cities. And if you'd like, I would more than welcome a paragraph in an email if that makes more sense to you guys.
So we have a flagged item on LGFF from day one, so we could add more information to that.
I honestly am comfortable with that because I'm struggling to understand it. I kind of hear what Mayor Katcher is saying. If it's worth 120 and it costs us 40, we ought to be doing it. And I'd like to know why we're not and like to understand it. So if you could, please, I would appreciate it. I think council would. Thank you.
So you can add that to the...
Just to clarify, Your Worship, would you like to just add a flagged item on the census?
Sure. Do it as a flagged?
As a separate flag? Yeah, please, if that's easier for you folks, absolutely.
I think there's enough interest on council in diving down, and we could bring back the cost of doing a census in 2025, and then council can consider it with full information.
Okay. And the benefit cycle, the whole thing. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Does anybody have any objections? No, we're good. Okay. Councillor Abatoye on round 2.
Okay, just my find because you made a comment about the records management. So is there a role for? Did we hire a new role for that, or are we hiring a new role for that? I wasn't too clear on the comments you made on that.
Sure. So through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, we have in the past have a records management administrator position. That position was vacant for a little bit, and we actually reclassified it to assign them freedom of information and protection of privacy responsibilities, because effectively they are a records function just through the FOIP stream. So we reclassified that position a little bit, but it did sit vacant for a while we did that reclassification and did a few rounds of recruitment. So the position is now staffed, and we're going to roll out a few projects related specific to records.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, that looks like everything for you, Mr. Kaiser. I'm told lunch is here. It's 11:50, so let's be back in our seats at 11:40 or 12:40. I'm sorry. I will just eat here. So we'll recess to 12:40. Okay, we will, there we are, it's 12:40, so we will begin the afternoon portion of the budget meeting and begin with senior leadership and elected official Sandy Bugja.
Bujaya.
Bujay.
It's a tricky one. Thank you very much, Your Worship and members of council. I'm Sandy Bujaya. I'm the General Manager of Corporate Services, and it is my pleasure to present the operating budgets for the senior leadership team and elected officials. I'll start with senior leadership team's operating budget, which can be found in section 17 of the budget document. The city's senior leadership team includes 2 general managers, a deputy city manager, and the city manager. The team is also supported by 1 administrative assistant. In addition to these positions, there are 3 other FTE positions for the department. 1 position which supports organizational development projects, and the other 2 positions are dedicated to the city's asset management program. The senior leadership team is primarily responsible for aligning efforts across departments while ensuring council's strategic goals and directions are integrated into the city's operations and plans. Council will be familiar with many of the programs we manage, including council support and advice, strategic corporate and business planning, and intergovernmental relations and advocacy. For the 2025 budget, there are no program changes, no fees and charges, and there are no budget recommendations. If council doesn't mind, I'll go over the elected officials and then pause for questions at the end.
Yep.
So turning to the elected official budget, this can be found in section 18 of the document. As council is well aware, the city is governed by a council of 7 elected officials. Council is the elected governance body for the city. With input from citizens and community partners, council is responsible for approving key guiding frameworks, such as the city's strategic plan and, of course, the annual budget. Council's program areas include community outreach and constituent services, as well as political advocacy and representing the city's interests on numerous boards, committees, and agencies. For the 2025 budget, there are no program changes, there are no fees and charges, and there are no budget recommendations. This concludes my very brief presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions from members of council.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this one up for questions. Councillor Abatoye.
Sorry, 1 second. Okay. I'd written your name in a way I can pronounce it, so I wanted to get the page, sorry. So thank you, Ms. Bujaya, for your presentation. My only question is, I thought our policy was that we review council, the previous council reviews the salaries for the new incoming council, so they don't have to do that. So, you know, it's kind of weird to increase your own salary. So at what point are we going to do that?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, you are absolutely correct. That is our policy. So that will be coming in the new year prior to the election, and there will be a review of council remuneration at that time.
Good. Okay, perfect. Thank you. That was my only question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Just to follow up on what Councillor Abatoye had asked, in other municipalities, they strike a completely separate committee from council to review and to bring recommendations on council compensation. And I was wondering if there is value in looking into that type of policy to have, or I guess, can you speak to any pros and cons of that versus what we do?
Sure. Through your worship to Councillor Macon, thank you for the question. It is a large topic. There are pros and cons to having an external committee review council remuneration versus independent third-party expert. Both options have merits. I'm not in a position to sort of detail the pros and cons of each, but I would suggest that's something that would be a natural topic and something to consider as part of the remuneration review. Council could always consider adopting a committee approach rather than using a third-party expert. So that would be fair game as part of the overall review.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That looks like all the questions for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next one is community grants, Jennifer Hoyer.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jennifer Hoyer. I'm the Director of Family and Community Support Services. I am here today to present the proposed 2025 budget for community grants and programs. Please refer to Section 19 of your budget document. All of the grant applications from organizations have been reviewed based on eligibility as per the Grants to Organizations policy. Of the 12 new applications, 8 are recommended for funding. The requests ranged from $2,000 to $100,000. In addition, there are 4 multi-year agreements in place from 2024 to 2026. Administration's recommendations for grant funding totals $491,000. This represents a 6% increase from 2024 grant funding. However, it is on par with what was funded in 2023. As the community is continuing to grow both in numbers and needs, administration has begun a review of the Grants to Organizations policy and procedure to ensure alignment with community priorities. Any recommendations for revision will be brought to Council prior to the grant process for 2026. Administration recommends that other city grant programs, which include the Shape Your Community Grant and Tourism Grant, as well as the Access for Everyone program, hold the same budget as 2024 at $71,500 total. The Fort Saskatchewan Public Library is requesting an increase of approximately $34,000 to the local appropriation, and the Royal Canadian Legion continues to be supported for their partnership on the Meals on Wheels program. Economic Development has proposed that the Business Support Fund remain at $85,000 for 2025. And lastly, the city provides an annual contribution to the town of Bruderheim's Carol Mashmeyer Arena, which is seeing an increase to $6,500. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'm going to grab the first question. So you talk about the everyone can play at staying the same at 52.5. So with the endowment fund that we're getting from Dow, how is that going to work into that to show that their amount, or just try and explain that to me?
To your worship, the exact details of how that investment will work is still, the analysis of how we want to apply that is still underway. So we know the request was to set up essentially an endowment so that the investment of approximately $900,000 US would be put away and that only the interest be drawn from that investment. So we're still working with our finance colleagues to determine what level of funding we should achieve from that, and then how best to apply it in terms of the existing program model or considering a new one. So the reason that wasn't included in the budget this year is we're looking at that program overall to see how we can best leverage those dollars, and then we'll come back in the new year with a recommendation around that.
Okay, when do we get their funding, or have we got it for that one?
Through your worship, I'd have to confirm the exact date on when we get it, but I don't believe we received it yet.
I believe it'll be in March is when we'll receive our first installment.
Okay. I only asked that question because you're giving it in U.S. funds and our Canadian dollar is really poor right now, so we'd get more money. Okay, Councillor Habatoye.
Thank you. And the mayor asked my question, but so you made a statement about putting the $900,000 into a fund and just drawing just the interest from that. Why did we make that decision?
Through your worship, Councillor Abatoy, that was actually the request from Dow.
Oh, that was
itself.
your requirements.
Yes. They wanted to help establish a long-term source of support for the program rather than just drawing it down on a per year basis against what they gave us.
So what's the end goal of that 900,000 then? It's just going to sit there for how long?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoy, in perpetuity. There is no estimated timeline in sight, though I would suggest that over the coming years after we've established some kind of program, we could have conversations with Dow to ensure it's meeting its outcome still in the best possible way. But the intent is it should be a long-term endowment where the interest continues to come out again in perpetuity,
right?
Based on that.
So, but that 900,000 is not ours to make a decision on.
No, it's an investment we're managing for Dow to ensure that. Well, and I shouldn't say. I'll leave it to my financial colleagues to say whether it's our money or not, but there are qualifications around how that money can be used.
How we're going to show that in our books. Is it, I don't know.
I think we also have work around policy and procedure too, to make sure that we safeguard that money from future councils, because there's a requirement from Dow that it's in perpetuity.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll come.
Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I just have one question for you, Jennifer, on one of our grant recipients. Do we have saffron support that happens in Fort Saskatchewan, or do our users go to Sherwood Park for that?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, currently we have some minimal support. They come out and they do some work at the Wellness Hub, the Bridge Wellness Hub, but this grant would ensure that they are out here for a certain amount of hours, so they've asked for 0.25 so that they can provide that to Fort Saskatchewan.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Hello. Can you expand a little bit on the two in particular, Boys and Girls Club and the Fort Saskatchewan Wellness Hub for Youth Society? Both of those went up quite a chunk. Can you expand a little bit on what for?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I'll start with BGC. So in regards to BGC and a lot of nonprofits, they are quite dependent on grant funding in the community, and sometimes that ebbs and flows. And they're in a season right now where they weren't able to be successful in some of the grants that they were looking towards. So they asked us for quite a bit, and we looked at raising them nominally because of that.
Okay.
In regards to the Bridge Wellness Hub, they have expanded from last year to this year from 2 to 5 days of service. So they're looking to do more and more, and they're looking to do a dedicated program for older youth and young adults for employment and being able to follow them into actually receiving employment, and so expanding what they're offering there.
Okay, and one more, the business support funds, and the note doesn't really expand on that either, so can you maybe elaborate on what that money is going towards?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I'm wondering if you might be, thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, this is the program that's been offered for a couple of years to support local businesses. So it can be used for things like the storefront improvement program, equipment and technology, marketing, and so forth.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I thought it was maybe that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I've sat on the Tourism Hosting Grant Committee for 3 years with Councillor Blizzard and Councillor Nguyen and some great support staff, by the way. But it seems like to me always a fairly hefty enterprise to give away a maximum of $15,000 every year. And I don't know if we even used the budget up this year. Does anybody know? Birgit, do you recall? I don't think we did. Now the year isn't over, but I don't think we did. So I'm wondering why you have it, why we have it. Any comments from administration would be appreciated, but I'm questioning the need for it. I really am.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'll start, and Mr. Babiak may have something to add. For 2026, one of our focus programs across the organization is community grants, and that does include the tourism grant. Administration has acknowledged that potentially we might have some overlapping criteria. We may have some things in place that are producing barriers for people to access grants, because as community grows and as things change, so do our programs need to look at that as well. So I'll just note that it is it is one of our focus programs to bring back and look at whether or not we're doing the best with that investment. And I would agree with that concept. I think it's time to take a hard look at it, if nothing else. Anything else? And if that's the intent of administration for the next year, I'll let it drop, and we'll wait for that discussion to happen.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, just in terms of the overall approach, I think why it was established was to help to bring in events to the community that have potential for economic impact. Hence the tourism grant, as opposed to something that's more targeted to supporting just a recreation or a culture event. It really is to look at bringing in larger events such as provincials, those types of events that bring in hundreds or thousands of people that help generate economic activity in the city. But to your point, I think it is, and Jennifer's, it's well worth examining that program to see if it's working the best way possible. I believe during our conversations, we've even talked about if a one-time funding or other kind of seed funding options might make more sense, which may require that additional funding, but we're just not using the program that way currently. So. And I agree with everything that you guys both said. I think it behooves us to take a look at the thing. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Batoye.
Thank you. So the business support funds, what's the source of funding for that? Is it economic development department reserves? Or is it property taxes?
Through your worship, maybe just we'll get you that answer. I don't want to guess, so maybe just give us a couple minutes.
For sure, no worries. Yep. Thank you. I'm kudos to your department for finding savings from other organizations and finding new organizations to give that money to. What if are we able to keep these budgets within the same amount that we approved last year without an increase? What kind of impacts will that cause?
Through your worship to Councillor Batoye, it would mean we would just need to look at which organizations we weren't going to have successful applications for, and quite likely then that piece of work wouldn't be able to go forward, or they'd have to look for another funding source.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That looks like all the questions for you for now. Okay, thank you. Okay, we will move on to utilities and sustainability. It doesn't. It's okay. They can get back to us.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Sadie Miller, Director of the Utilities and Sustainability Department, and I am presenting the 2025 Utilities and Sustainability Operating Budget, which can be found in Section 20 of your budget document. Joining me today is our Utility Operation Manager, Brad McDonald. The Utilities and Sustainability Department oversees programs that protect the safety and well-being of our community and environments. This includes service and maintenance activities related to water, sewer, and waste programs, as well as environmental stewardship initiatives. We currently manage a total of 18 programs, examples of which include water distribution systems, bulk water station, sanitary sewer collection system, as well as programs related to the transfer and eco station and residential waste collection. The Utilities and Sustainability Department has just over 25 FTEs allocated to utility programs, with operational staff working from the James E. Graham Public Works site and the utility billing staff located at City Hall. On page 20-13, you will find a list of programs that fall under the Utilities and Sustainability Department. The 2025 proposed budget for utility programs is $25.1 million. Within utilities, the revenues equal the expenses and are primarily generated through monthly utility rates, with additional revenue coming from user fees and charges, fines, and grants. We anticipate no increase in the purchase rate of water from the Commission, which maintains the current rate of $1.61 per cubic meter. User rates remain the same as 2024, which includes a proposed increased transfer to reserve of about $221,000. As is customary each year, this is a projected rate based on the most current information available to administration. The 2025 rate will be finalized at the Water Commission's November board meeting. Any change to the rate following this board meeting will be reflected in the budget documents provided for council consideration at the December 10th regular council meeting. A sewer cost increase of 38 cents per cubic meter, or 13.4%, has been budgeted, which is primarily due to approved rate increases from Aero Utilities. This reflects an increase of $876,000 to the sewer budget. For solid waste collections, savings of $366,000 are reflected in the budget due to the province's extended producer responsibility regulations, which results in a decrease of $5.96 or 21% per month for curbside collection customers. Come April 1st, 2025, the producers of single-use products, packaging, and printed paper materials will be responsible for all costs and contracts related to the collection, hauling, and processing of these materials. The Utilities and Sustainability Department was formally created in Q3 of 2023, resulting in a more defined separation between utilities and public works. Administration will continue to navigate the structural changes resulting from this split throughout 2025. The Utilities and Sustainability Department is presenting one budget recommendation for council consideration, number 41-0036, the Utilities Growth Plan, which can be found on page 20-17 of your budget document. The Utilities Growth Plan is a multi-year approach to bring water and sewer utility staff and equipment to levels that meet our community growth demands. 2025 is year one of the 5-year plan. Growth results in an increase to the number of assets that utility staff installs and maintains. Every new utility account that gets opened is tied to a series of new assets and appointments. Every new street or neighborhood brings more block valves, hydrants, and sewer lines that require ongoing preventative maintenance. And every new building, such as reservoirs and lift stations, contain numerous components that need to be carefully monitored on a regular basis. The growth plan recommendations for the 2025 budget year include adjustments to contracted services and supplies budgets to keep up with preventative maintenance of sewer lines and hydrant repairs, an additional full-time utility operator to ensure programs and appointment schedules can be maintained, and compensation adjustments for utility operators that incentivize continued professional growth. The combined cost of these growth plan recommendations is $236,871. Please refer to page 20-23 of your budget document for all details on the fees and charges for utilities. The fees and charges procedure for utilities guides the fee-setting philosophy for water, sewer, and waste programs. These fees have been reviewed to ensure they reflect the true cost of providing each service, including direct and indirect costs such as equipment, labor, and applicable third-party rates. Most fees have received inflationary increases as a result of this review. Water, sewer, and waste rates are determined through the utility model, which integrates detailed information on costs, revenues, accounts, volumes, and growth formulas. The model calculates fixed and variable rates to achieve full cost recovery. Some notable changes for this year's utility fees and charges include the introduction of a new $25 per unit fee at the Transfer and Eco Station for the proper removal and disposal of refrigerants from appliances such as air conditioners, refrigerators, and freezers. The substance used in these appliances are governed by federal and provincial regulations that prohibits their release into the environment due to their ozone depleting properties. Additionally, the fee for damaging a curb stop has increased from $594 to $1,000 minimum per occurrence to better reflect the actual cost of repair, and the fee for missing a scheduled appointment has increased to $250. I'll now provide you with a summary of the proposed 2025 utility rates, starting with water. This slide shows the change in the water rates compared to 2024. The fixed rate goes from $8.64 to $9.64, which is a $1 increase. This increase is a phased strategy over several years to provide stable revenues for future infrastructure replacement. In 2025, the fixed rate coverage for infrastructure replacement will be at 64%. The fixed rate will be gradually increased over time until it covers 100% of infrastructure replacement costs. The variable or consumption rate for water has remained the same at $2.86 per cubic meter. This slide shows the sewer rates for 2025. Like the water rates, we have increased the fixed rate by $1 to $8.60. Our variable or consumption rate has increased 38 cents to $3.32 per cubic meter. For curbside waste services or households that subscribe to our CART program, the 2025 fee is $22.30, which is a $5.96 decrease compared to 2024. This decrease is due to the province's extended producer responsibility regulations that come into effect on April 1st, as well as decreased contractor costs for the collection, hauling, and disposal of waste materials. The front load or multi-unit service rate has also decreased to $13.38 as a result of the province's EPR program. This table shows the impact of the new rates on an average utility bill. For the purposes of this projection, we assume a monthly water consumption of 14 cubic meters. The impact of the average monthly utility bill is an increase of $1.43 or 1.14% overall. And that concludes my presentation. I'd welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I will open this one up for questions. Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
If you can, how many water meters do we currently have in Fort Saskatchewan, and what is their lifespan, expected lifespan? And approximate numbers are great.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the bulk of our water meter inventory is included in the utility growth plan asset count, which is approximately 9,820 for residential properties. That does not include some of our industrial water meters. The recommended lifespan of our water meters is 20 years.
So even some of the newer parts of town are approaching that 20-year anniversary. That helps me understand that request. About 6 years ago, we had a discussion in council during budget about variable versus fixed rates when it comes to utility pricing. It's been my belief that our fixed charge per month doesn't capture the proper costs, the proper fixed cost of our utility system. You confirm that in your comments in your document. What would do you have any idea, or have you guys done any calculation to estimate what the monthly charge, if it was a fixed cost, would need to be to cover off the fixed cost for both the water and sewer system? And if you haven't, that's fine. We can talk about it at a later date as well.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, an in-depth look at this concept was reviewed, I'm going to throw it a year, about 2018 or 2019. And we do have that document with more information. I don't have it on me, but
and I don't think there's a rush, but I would like to encourage administration to take another look at it. The problem with charging a variable rate for a fixed cost is that if there's an underestimate in the usage and the usage ends up being more, then our community's paying more for the fixed cost than they need to if it's variable. And the other side, of course, is true also. If the usage doesn't meet expectation, the city isn't recovering the fixed costs that it needs to. I think every household benefits pretty much equally in terms of having access to the water supply and the sewage system. So I'd like to think that we should look at it again. If you'd kick out those numbers, it might jog my memory a little bit and maybe worth another discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Hi. Just a couple of questions, and one is more curiosity. It says in here on page 20-4 that since we started collecting organics, the diversion rate went down. It kind of looks like, didn't it start in like 2017 or 18?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, the current Fort Sask Waste program started in June 2018. So you can see that we did have a significant spike in our diversion rate as a result of that program. We had a lot of resources and communications going out at the onset. And I'm going to be honest, the pandemic kind of threw a bit of a loop in our system here, and I think everybody's sorting habits at home. And we are looking at how we can revisit that. And part of that conversation was that waste audit that we conducted in 2024 that was approved in the 2024 budget.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because the way it's written, it actually makes it sound like, gee, we started collecting organics and the diversion went down. But it did go up, and it's still higher than it was with just blue bags. So it is still a good thing. We're just not as high as we'd like to be, right?
Through your worship, that's correct. Prior to the program, we were at a 20% diversion rate, and now we're at about 50%.
Okay. And my next question is, so the blue bag collection is paid for, well, ultimately, I guess, by the province, funded from the people that create some of these plastics. Do we see some issues coming, or is it going to be collected the same day as ours? Do we have any idea how that's going to work?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, we haven't been provided those details yet. My understanding is the producer responsibility organization who is responsible for managing these contracts is still getting the details together, and we should be informed prior to the April 1st start date.
Okay. Thank you. I have a couple more, but I'll go back in line.
Okay. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Miller. Councillor Kelly asked a few of my questions already. I'm going to come back to the water rates. I get the fixed cost versus the variable cost. But why have we not increased the variable rates at all for the water consumption? But we did the same for the wastewater as well as the solid waste collection.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, are you asking why the water rate didn't?
No, I'm saying why did we not increase the variable rates? Because I feel like the one of the good things about the variable rates is that it kind of helps people to be more conscious of their usage of water, for example. Right. So my question is, the variable rate still remains the same while you've increased the fixed. I understand that you've increased fixed costs to be able to cover the cost for replacements and all of those things. But why has the variable rate stayed the same for water?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, our utility rate model actually projected a decrease in the water rate. So we increased our transfer to reserve to keep the rate the same. We aim for full cost recovery, not more. So that's why the water rate didn't increase, but we are recommending that additional transfer to reserve.
So you're saying the $1 increase is going to help with additional transfer to reserves?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, yes, that increases the basically our ability to replace these assets in the future without relying on the amount of water that individual households use, if that makes sense.
So I'm asking this question because your variable rates for sewer and solid waste has gone up, but for water it still remains the same. And that's why I'm asking that question.
And that is based on our purchase cost from the commissions. So we feed that cost into our utility rate model, and it spits out a rate that will result in full cost recovery for the utility.
Okay. All right. Thank you. My second question, honestly, I'm not very satisfied with that yet, but I'll come back. I think I'm going to try to reframe the question in my head and come back. Regarding diversion rates, I think we've done well as a community, but I have a question about, is it like an industry standard on how to incentivize residents to divert their waste better? I know that there's the educational piece where you do the education, people do better, but other than that, there are other ways to incentivize people.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, the most powerful tool we have to incentivize diversion is actually the every other week garbage collection schedule. When you are placing that volume capacity limit on households, their first option to make that work for them is to separate their recycling and organics from their garbage.
And that's what we currently have right now, right? That's our current program.
That's our current program, and that's what most other communities do as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Pick up on Councillor Abatoye's last line of questioning regarding water rates. It does say that, so we had additional funds. There was provision to put them into reserves for future capital projects. I'm wondering what the driver is for the exact number of the increase. You mentioned that the proposed increase transfer to reserve. Now, is that calculated based on an end goal of a debt ceiling or something that we're aiming for future capital projects, or is that simply a calculation based on what you were mentioning previously? So how did we come up with that number?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, our reserves policy actually specifies that 3% of all utility assets on file for water and sewer gets put into reserve on an annual basis, and for waste programs it's 10% of all utility assets. So it's that percentage from the policy that determines what our annual contribution is.
Okay, but that wasn't. There's no change in the policy or this calculation, this number from what our policy lays out then for future capital projects for specifically water. That wasn't a driver.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, no. So the water and sewer reserve transfers follow that 3% and 10% policy. The water reserve we bumped up slightly this year just to keep the consumption rate the same rather than decrease it.
Right, okay, I think I understand, thank you. And then a second question, just the area utilities proposed increased contribution was $504,000. Was that, when was that generated? Was that in previous to the approved budget with area utilities this year, or was that after? Because I think there's been some changes that have happened to the projected capital cost of the Train 4 project.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, can you clarify what?
This might be a better question for our councillor, maybe, if I don't know if you know where I'm getting at, but because I think this budget was made for the increase in reserve contribution based on a budget that might not be current.
Oh, just to clarify, so the reserve contributions have nothing to do with aero utility rates. It's the value of our current assets, and we take 3% of that value. That's what determines our transfer to reserve.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm next in the speaking order. So question for you on page 20-18, when you talk about your growth and you talk about their staffing is so many per thousand. So do you not do your staffing requests based on what your new infrastructure is as opposed to a benchmark of what's in the region?
Your worship, that is typically how we prepare these budget requests. We were, when we were forming the utility growth plan, just curious how we compared to other communities. So we did have this operator request prior to this staffing calculation. but we were just out of curiosity seeing how we compared, and we were slightly below average. So it wasn't the primary driver for the ask, but rather a supplementary bit of detail to assist in council's decision.
Okay, and then I'm going to ask the same question as you as that I asked with the roads and that. So you provide us the growth in utility accounts and assets from 2013 to 2023, which means absolutely nothing because it doesn't tell me how many staff you've had in the correlating time periods. So in 10 years, how many new staff have you added? You know, and so when you're making your justification for a new staff, I would say it's based on, you know, from the previous year or 2 years so that you know what your infrastructure increases have been or what your capacity needs are.
Your Worship, I do have that information. If we're looking at 20-18, our staff complement in 2013 was 5 FTEs. And in 2023, it was 6 FTEs, which is where we are currently, 6. We had 1 new operator come onto the team in 2019.
So that would be a good note to put in there. Just my comment. Okay, thank you. Going on to round 2, Councillor Blizzard.
Just one question and maybe one correction, or maybe it's only in the written one. So on the very last page for the fees and charges, it says $375 going up to $385 for bags. Are you talking like shopping bags? Are you talking about big grocery bags?
Through your Worship to Councillor Blizzard, that is in theory 1 garbage bag.
Okay.
That number also represents our minimum scale charge. So if somebody brought in 3 bags and the weight didn't register, it would still be $3.85.
Okay, so you can weigh that. Yeah, that's a good option for someone that has a week where, you know, after Christmas, although you should have paper more, but, you know, you could go in and dispose of it that way. And the other thing, and maybe this is the printed copy, but it says on medium furniture, you could bring in a 23-seat sofa. So I'm assuming that means 2 or 3, 2 backslashes maybe missing.
Through your Worship to Councillor Blizzard, yes, that's
just
2
for
to 3.
accuracy. Yeah.
Okay, you're good. Count a second here. Okay, Councillor Macon, you haven't been in on round 1 yet, right? No. Okay, so I'll go to you first.
Just a question about the scale charges. I guess, how do I word this? Are we confident that we're charging enough with the scale, or like how do we go about reviewing those charges? And I only ask because on occasion we've taken, you know, truckloads of things when we're cleaning out old sheds or things like that, and the cost seems substantially less than what we would have paid in the past. So it, definitely when we go, it just begs the question, are these rates sufficient?
Through your Worship to Councillor Macon, I myself have been alarmed on a few cases and questioned the scale. But when we look at our revenue and our invoices from the contractor, everything lines up. That is a critical number that we review on all of our variance reports, and we are still on trend for what we've predicted and how we've budgeted. So it does work, and that is how we're charged on the contractor end as well. So we do feel that it is the most fair way to charge.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to round 2, Councillor Kelly.
Spend another couple minutes talking about fixed versus variable rates. I'd like to clear up the misconception that a higher variable rate encourages conservation. There's still a cost when you consume, and I'm not suggesting that there would not be. And Councillor Harris, I'm sure, has more information on this than I do, but water consumption has actually dropped off in our part of the world on an annual basis. Water consumption per individual or per household has dropped off over the last 10 or 15 or 20 years, actually, to the point where concrete wastewater lines that were put in across the Edmonton region to support what is now Aero Utilities, when they were installed, they had an estimated useful life of 100 years. The lack of water flow through them has allowed the sludge to sit long enough to gas off, and it's deteriorating the concrete pipes where they're starting to have a problem at like 45 years of lifespan. That represents conceptually hundreds of millions of dollars of extra cost because we're using low flow toilets. It's just about that simple. We don't live in a desert. We live with a flowing river beside us and an infrastructure that needs to be protected, among other things. So I'm going to put that back out there again. It's got nothing to do with conservation. Conservation will happen. One other comment, and now, Cripe, it slipped my mind. Councillor Macon, what were you talking about last? Do you recall quick? What was your last?
The scale.
Yes. When I looked at the program budget for the transfer station, it struck me that the cost recovery was still fairly low. What is administration budget for, and what cost recovery are you shooting for the transfer station as a whole?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, on the actual transfer station side, our goal is to reach as full cost recovery as possible, so 100% ideally. But the eco stations portion of the site is free services, so it is free drop off for all electronics, paint, tires, recycling, things like that.
Fair enough. You know what, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to look it up. I'll get back to it because the number struck me as like 40% cost recovery. And does that make sense with you? Does that jive with your recollection?
Through your worship, if I could weigh in here, as of last year, the cost recovery for the transfer station side was 87%.
What about the total side, Janelle? Because it's one site.
For the recycling station, it was 26%.
26%. Are we allocating the cost properly? Because if we're recovering 84% of the transfer station costs and only 26% of the total, it seems to me that we're not, because the other side, I think, operates with a lower cost. It's not manned on a hour by minute basis, for instance. Doesn't have dumpsters going in and out on a daily basis, for instance. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. I'm not trying to rip that budget apart at this particular juncture, but I wonder about the cost allocations because that doesn't make sense to me. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Just talking about the scale as well, the transfer station. Do we have a fixed cost for that, or is just all based on whatever the weights of the items brought in are?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, everything is charged by weight so long as the scale is operational. And in 2025, that fee is 22 cents per kilogram.
So is there an opportunity for us to introduce a fixed rate because if our cost recovery is so low, is there an opportunity to introduce a fixed rate? It could be something really small that could help us catch up. It's just a thought.
Through your worship, the approach that other sites take is to implement a higher minimum scale charge. Okay. Like Edmonton, for example, which is our closest competitor, I would say, is a $35 minimum scale fee.
Okay. Now that makes sense, right? Okay. I just wanted to clarify my first question. I said I was going to come back to it. And I'm just going to say the way I think I understand and tell me if I'm wrong or right. So because we operate a utility model, we can't charge more than what people actually use. However, because consumption has reduced, we have increased the reserve balance to be able to move that excess, that difference into reserves. I'm trying to just make sense of this thing, but I'm hoping one of you can help me.
Through your worship, I'm wondering if I can pass this on to Shannon, or should we take this back for information? I'm wondering if I'm not also understanding.
I would say let's take it for information, and you can get your answer figured out and bring it back as an information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that looks like all the questions for you. All right, thank you. All right, we are going to continue on and go on to financial reserves. Mr. Eamon.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer. I'm here to provide an overview of the City's financial reserves, which are detailed in Section 21 of the budget document. And I'm pleased to report that this is Administration's last presentation to Council of these 2025 operating budget meetings. In addition, I'll be presenting operating budget recommendations for the consolidated life cycle projects and the reserves contribution increase. At the conclusion of my presentation, directors and I are available to answer questions. The City's financial reserves are an important long-term planning tool and provide a flexible source of funding for future operating and capital activities. They are managed according to the Financial Reserves Policy, FIN 21-C. The policy provides consistent standards and guidelines for the management of existing reserves and for the establishment of new reserves. The policy also establishes optimal balances for certain reserves to ensure sustainability of the funds to meet future needs. Optimal balances are reviewed and calculated each year as part of the annual budget process and therefore can change significantly as the city grows, budgets are set, and assets are acquired. Reserve transactions within the proposed 2025 operating budget include ongoing contributions from operations, interest allocations, and reserve withdrawals. Regular reserve contributions ensure that the reserves have adequate funding available to meet future requirements, stabilize fluctuations in operating and capital activities, and provide contingency funding in the event of an emergency or unforeseen event. Certain reserves are interest-bearing and are therefore allocated a portion of interest based on their average balances and return on investments. Reserve withdrawals are approved by Council and provide funding for operating programs and capital projects needed for service delivery. Reserves fall into two reporting categories based on restrictions placed on the use of their funds. Internally restricted reserves are those limited in use by the city's internal policy, and externally restricted reserves are those with allowable uses determined by an authority other than the city. This chart, which is from the budget document on page 21-2, compares the 2025 forecast uncommitted ending balances by reserve category to their respective optimal balances. As presented in the reserve summary on page 21-5, the city is forecasting 2025 uncommitted financial reserve balances of $52.2 million, which includes $42.5 million in internally restricted reserves and $9.7 million in externally restricted reserves. For internally restricted reserves with optimal balances, the total optimal balance is $48.3 million. As the chart indicates, the stabilization and contingency reserves are below their optimal balances. This category includes the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve and the Snow Removal Reserve. Both reserves do not receive annual contributions, but rather are funded through surplus distributions. Projects reserves include the municipal and utilities operating projects reserves, future facilities operating reserve, capital projects reserve, and the land purchases reserve. Both the future facility operating reserve and the land purchases reserve do not have optimal balances calculated, and factoring these two reserves out leaves the total projects reserves overfunded by significantly less than what the graph indicates at approximately $694,000. The infrastructure lifecycle reserves make up the largest category of reserves. They receive annual contributions from operations to help meet future requirements for the expansion, replacement, maintenance of municipal and utilities infrastructure and equipment. This reserve category is below its optimal balance, primarily due to increases in estimated replacement costs in the fire, transit, playground, and mobile equipment reserves. To address this shortfall, a budget recommendation for reserve contribution increases is included in the proposed 2025 operating budget which I'll be presenting in a few moments. And finally, the uncommitted balances in the specific purpose or restricted reserves categories are forecast to be fairly close to their optimal balances for 2025. For a detailed summary of reserve balances and forecasts, please refer to pages 21-5 through 7 in the budget document. Next, I'll present two consolidated life cycle projects. Details on these projects can be found in section 21, pages 8 to 11. The consolidated life cycle projects are part of the city's equipment's life cycle replacement program and include projects that are repair and maintenance in nature with no impact to service levels or operating costs. Starting with project 230059, fire hose standardization and compliance update for $40,000 is to be funded from the fire equipment life cycle reserve. This project sees the replacement of aging fire hose that has become worn out from excessive use and normal wear and tear over time. Fire Services performs annual testing of its fire hose inventory and has identified 30 lengths of hose that have failed testing and another 15 hoses that have aged out. Project 74-0080, Shell Theater furniture for $40,000 is to be funded from the Culture, Equipment and Exhibits Reserve. This project sees the replacement of the original furniture purchased for use at the Dow Centennial Center back in 2004. The furniture is showing excessive wear and tear from patron use over the years, and replacement is necessary to meet the Shell Theater service levels and customer expectations. The last item I have is operating budget recommendation 12-0161, reserves contribution increase, with details starting on page 21-13. The financial reserves policy establishes optimal balances for specific reserves. These optimal balances ensure that adequate funds are set aside to support growth, maintain the city's equipment and infrastructure inventory, and provide a funding source for one-time projects. The operating budget includes annual transfers to the infrastructure lifecycle reserves. These reserves fund the cost of repair, lifecycle replacement, and or upgrades to equipment and infrastructure, and require additional ongoing contributions to ensure their sustainability. The municipal and utilities operating projects reserves allocate resources for one-time operating projects such as plans, studies, surveys, etc. The infrastructure lifecycle reserves and the operating projects reserves were reviewed in relation to their respective optimal balances, current equipment and infrastructure replacement costs, one-time municipal and utility operating projects, and particular circumstances. And based on that review, administration is recommending an increase to the annual reserve contributions of approximately $768,000 in total, including $218,000 from operations funded through property taxes and approximately $549,000 from the utility rates. Further details of the proposed reserve contribution increases are included in the budget recommendation. And that concludes my presentation of the financial reserves. The directors and I are happy to answer questions at this time.
Thank you very much. I will open this one up for questions. Councillor Kelly.
I'm sure I'm missing something and there's probably a quick answer, but when I look at page 22.5, let me get to it myself here. There it is. Under other items and then under capital items, there's reference to reserves under other items, $10,569,000, and then transfer from reserves capital lower down, $11,019,000. Those numbers don't reconcile, at least I'm unable to reconcile them to page 21.2, which reports, if I understand correctly, roughly $11,300,000 going into reserves and $8.2 million coming out of reserves for calendar year 25. And I don't expect you to have this at your fingertips. So if you want to think about it and get back to us, that would be great.
What's included in the transfer to and froms is also the annual capital funding. So that's why you're unable to reconcile. But I can bring back in information to separate those numbers.
I'm not sure that it would be nice to be able to cross-reference some in the future. If you're satisfied that we're not missing something, Shannon, then it would just be a recommendation to think about for next year when you're putting this together. The numbers should, I like to, anyway, okay, I've made my point. That is it. Thank you, Mayor Catcher.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Macon.
Thank you. My question is on the life cycle projects. I'm just wondering if you can confirm, have we in fact put away on these two specific projects the $40,000 that is required? Or are we dipping into the fund because maybe we had 38,000? I just wanted to confirm if we have actually put aside enough money, because I'm going to guess we don't have exactly 40,000 in there for these projects. So I'm just wondering, where did we actually come in at?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon. So these particular projects, because they're maintenance in nature, I mean, obviously these were capital projects that were acquired way back when. I don't know if we would have, I'm just maybe refer to Shannon Andruko of that question. I'm not sure that we do put aside annual funds for the maintenance.
I thought on the fire services one, I thought that when they talked about it, they said that money had been put away for the hose project at the very least.
So for the hose project, yeah, there wasn't specifically money put away.
Okay.
But when we looked at the reserve as a whole, and checked, double checked like the costing and the years, we were able to absorb it within what we currently had.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, and was that the same? I guess the same for the furnishings then.
For the
For the furnishings, it was the same thing. We were able to absorb it, although we didn't put money aside.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go next. So question for you. So with the consolidated lifestyle project, so when I go back and look at the fire one, it's got a note in there saying the fire hoses, and then it's got a dash and the dollar amount. So why? Because here you're saying you're going to spend 40,000, correct? For the fire hoses out of reserves, and you're going to spend 40,000 for furniture out of reserves?
That is, to your worship, yes, that is correct.
So why wouldn't those have been put in as actual requests in each of the department stating the funding source? Because otherwise all of the equipment and everything else should be listed this way too if it's coming out of reserve.
Okay, to your worship, just to understand your question. So for these particular types of projects, they're operating in nature. And so they could be presented as part of the department presentation. That's what you're essentially asking, is it? Or yeah. I think it's been several years now where we've categorized these as within the reserve presentation, just because they're almost capital in nature, but they're not. They're essentially operating projects funded through the reserves. And so I guess we could present them during the departments, but we generally categorize them here so that we can present them all together at once, I think is the main reason.
And for me, I think it should have been part of the department because I was given them accolades. They didn't have any requests, but it kind of is a request for 40,000 each. So it just feels like we're not talking about it as part of their departments. So I'm just going to put that down as a comment because I don't think we've done it that way in the past, or at least I don't remember it being done this way in the past. Just a comment. Nope. You don't have to speak to that. Councillor Blizzard?
Yeah, I'm speaking to the reserves and increasing the funding, and I get that some of them are underfunded, but I'm wondering, especially in a year where we're looking at quite a bit of a jump in the overall tax increase, could we not do like stage 1 and stage 2, where we maybe this year jump it half of the amount that's listed and then next year do the rest of it so that it's not all done in 1 year? Because once we do it, it should be ongoing anyways, right? So if we were to say, just to pick one, fire equipment is top of the page there, proposed increase 31,000. What if we just did 16 this year and then next year do the other half, but then it would be ongoing increasing it?
Through your worship, to Councillor Blizzard. So I think you're referring to page 21-6.
21, well, no, I'm looking at 2114 where it actually goes through it, but whichever, maybe it's listed on the other one
okay,
too.
so I would refer you to page 21-6. So in just reference to some of the rationale for the contribution increases, they're not all taken in 1 year. Like just for example, in the fire equipment, the last sentence of that's to address a 5-year plan. So in many cases, we've got 5-year, 3-year, 7-year, that type of plans to bump up the value of that reserve. So we're not just doing the increase all in 1 year. So to answer your question, if we reduce that, it would just take longer to reach that optimal balance. Yeah.
Okay. Let me think about it. Thank you.
Okay, and I have one other question. And I know it was asked earlier and it's coming back as a flagged item because you got the information from the province later about the LGFF, the 500,000. So that will be taken into consideration when you come back, and then council can make a decision on where we want to see that go.
To your worship, yes, it is a flagged item that will be brought back.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Nguyen. Oops.
I was going to ask, similar to Councillor Blizzard, so just to your explanation of this is an ongoing reserve contribution or not. So the items listed as 2 of a 5-year plan, so it's ongoing until year 5, and then at that point there's no longer that part of the contribution to the reserve fund. Am I understanding that correctly? Or it is truly ongoing because I'm just looking at fire equipment, not pick on it, but for example, it seems like hoses are going to have to be replaced in every 5-year plan or 5 years, something, it's not something along those lines. So is it truly ongoing, or is this very much embedded as per the definition within whatever year of the plan we're in?
To your worship, I'll try my best to answer that clearly. So in terms of following the financial reserves policy, we review the reserves and their optimal balances on an annual basis. So we've identified a shortfall in the 2024 fiscal year or 2025 budget year, and we've spread that out over 5 years to accomplish or cover that shortfall as an ongoing annual contribution. However, as we continue to review that balance, there's a potential that we need an additional bump up, or we may have in a situation where a particular one of these reserves is possibly overfunded, and then we could look at transferring to another infrastructure reserve. So yes, it is ongoing. Does that completely solve the problem in 5 years? Assuming no other changes, yes, it would. But as you know, these assets get replaced and on an ongoing basis, or on not maybe an ongoing basis, but every few years that would change that calculation in the optimal balance.
Fair enough. That helps a lot. And so at the end, say, of the 5-year for the fire proposed increase, that is not going to fall off of the current contribution or whatever the contribution is at that year 5. That's going to be probably taken or placed into reserves for whatever else, right? Like it doesn't trigger just because it's the end of that 5-year period. It doesn't trigger it to be removed.
Through your worship, to Councillor Nguyen. So in the event that we reach that 5-year threshold and we reviewed it, and we're hit optimal balances, then we could cut that number back.
Okay.
Essentially, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Batoye.
Sorry, second time. 1 second. Okay, thank you. So I'm just looking at the life cycle replacements. I mean, there are other factors that obviously play into this. For example, inflation. We assume that to replace an equipment in 10 years is 500,000, and when we get to that 10th year, it's actually 600 or 700,000. How do we deal with that difference?
Through your worship, to Councillor Abatoya. So in our spreadsheets, when we analyze the amounts of annual contributions that have to go to the reserves, and we factor in the replacement costs, we do factor in an inflation adjustment to bump those values up, so that hopefully when we do have to replace that equipment, we've matched that inflation. And again, we review that on an annual basis to ensure we're putting enough aside.
Okay, thank you. So every year it's been reviewed, yes?
That's correct,
okay,
yes.
Thank you. So this reserve request is the funding source from property tax revenues is 218,540. I do remember that. I'm gonna try not to say your name wrong this time. 1 second. Miss Smith Duguid. I hope I said that right because I know the first time I said it wrong. I said it the other way. But on the first day of the budget, she had said that administration is going to come forward and give us some strategies on how we're going to reduce the tax increase for residents. So I'm not sure if this is going to be one of your strategies. So I'm looking forward to that. If not, I'm going to flag this. So I'm just going to wait to hear that presentation on what the strategies are coming forward on how we're going to be reducing that.
What are you requesting to flag?
The reserves funding source from property and property taxes is 218,000 from property taxes. I'm not flagging it.
Oh,
I'm just waiting to hear that presentation. That could technically be a flag, but for now, I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
So it wasn't a flag. I'm
No,
just looking at
wasn't.
Sandy.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. I've got one more question that's probably more for, I don't know, one of you can answer it. So we have financial stabilization and contingency reserve sitting at 10 million, and it talks about the optimal balance being like $14 million. But the reason we have stabilization, isn't that so that when we get into a pickle like we are for this year and we're being told there's all these additional requests that are being made, that would be the reserve we would typically draw from?
To your worship, thanks for that question. I would say the optimal balance for the financial stabilization and contingency reserve right from the policy is generally to put aside 2 to 3 months worth of operating expenses, so that in the event of an emergency, a disaster, if you will, that the city could fund operations for a 2 to 3 month period. It does set aside funding for things like loss of revenues, extraordinary expenses, those types of things. And that's why typically municipalities will have this funding. It's very difficult to come up with a number for optimal balance, but that is the general consensus among other municipalities of putting aside 2 to 3 months operating expenses for that reserve.
Okay. But it's also an area that can be used when we start talking about smoothing and so that we're not putting such a heavy tax burden on our residents?
Yes, to your worship. So in the event of a loss of revenue, such as the ATE, it could be used towards that.
Mr. Fleming?
If your worship, you're correct. It can be used. The caution, of course, is always that it's something that only helps you defer. If you use it to cover ongoing costs, it only helps you to, it's temporary relief. Eventually, those costs have to be covered in the operating budget somewhere. But it is something that we're likely going to propose the use of the financial stabilization reserve in some way.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Well, I don't. Oh, well, we were still in reserves, so that's what I was going to ask, if there's any other questions on reserves. Okay, so then you're good. I don't know if you want to sit there because this comes into the bag of and anything else. So I will open it up for that so that we make sure that we're certain we've got any questions that we have covered. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. It's got me thinking when I looked at page 2235, which is just a 3-year historical, 21 actual, 22 and 23 actuals. A couple numbers jumped out at me, and I'm going to throw this at you. I don't expect an answer today, but I'm going to ask that you consider to take it as a request for further information. So first of all, we just look at the property tax line, the revenue property tax line, in 21, we pulled in actual $48,327,000. We're budgeting for 25, $64,355,000. So in a 4-year period, so at the end of 21, that was the number. So 22, 23, 24, and 25. In 4 years, that line item has increased 33%. If we look at salaries, wages, and benefits, and whatever else gets caught into there, obviously a large increase in WCB this year. But employee costs in 21 were $28,025,000. Budgeted for 25 is $39,039,000. A change of $11 million, or over a 39% increase, 39.3% increase in 4 years. Those are large increases, and I don't think they're sustainable over the long run. So comments that you might wish to share, and it's probably directed at Mr. Fleming, but any comments that you might wish to share on how you view these numbers and how you see this thing progressing out over the next few years now, or you can get back to us and consider the request for information, either one.
Yeah, through your worship, for sure, to do a detailed analysis of those trends, it'd probably be even a request for information that would have to go beyond the budget deliberations. I know my immediate thoughts when you look at a municipal budget and growth in spending, you typically look at 3 things would be contributing factors. Number 1 is inflationary costs. Number 2 is population growth. And number 3 is new initiatives or new service levels. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 would equal your changes in your spending growth over time. And then because we're a municipal government, those property tax revenues would adjust up in pretty close to that. If the salaries and wages numbers jumping up higher than the other ones, I would definitely say that a transformation of the fire department would be a contributing factor why that particular line would jump up higher than other ones would have on a percentage basis. But again, to give you sort of details around that would probably take a lot of analysis.
Well, it's less to do with what caused it and more to do with how you see this evolving over the next few years. And I agree with everything you said, Troy. The 3 factors that drive property taxes are absolutely there. And employee costs, this council has on more than one occasion over the last couple of years made significant budget increases, motions for significant budget increases outside of budget review time. So we're making those decisions when we don't have the total package in front of us and a reminder on what the total spend is. And I think that has consequences. I think that comes home to roost in years like today or like this year when all of a sudden it gets driven home what actually happened and what we did. I'm concerned at 39% over 4 years. I don't know how you see this evolving over the next 4 years. If you could share anything in that light, or to help me understand where you see this going, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, it's significant, Troy, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I'm looking at trends and wondering where and how this stops. Anything you might have to say, and if there's nothing you can add, I also respect that. I'd like say one more thing, Mayor Katcher, then I believe I'm done with budget.
Okay.
Pardon me, this part of the budget at least. And I'd just like to suggest or stress that I really thought it was a good job, you guys. So, well done.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard. On anything else?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to go to the same sheet I had it flagged. So for the community grants and programs, that's almost doubled over since 2021, and that's only going to 2023. So what are we doing? That's such a huge increase. Is that a certain program that got increased?
Is
We
that
haven't
the
got the pool yet.
housing? Is that the housing grant one?
I can take a stab at this. In 2023, we had a regional partnership for $1 million, and I believe that was for the bridge.
When that came
So
out
that
of there.
was making that year a little higher than
Okay, so
the
it's
rest.
lower
So when
again
you
in
see
24.
2024, it should come down.
Okay, okay. And the other thing is at the very bottom here, it looks like, gee, we have no surplus, no deficit, but I think that's because we do the transfers to reserves, right?
That's correct.
But what do we have? Do you have numbers for those years? Because I know there was some.
Not on me, but that
Okay,
we can
maybe you
get
could
you
just
that
get them for
information.
information more. No rush on that, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I've got one tiny one. Do we need a little budget for the plan to be put into place for the derelict properties? I asked about that several months ago. I was told it was going to happen. It's in our strategic plan. I was going to do a notice of motion. I said, no, it's in a strategic plan. And it was supposed to be back in Q4. So do you need money to do that, or are we ever going to see it?
To your worship, you are correct. It is part of the strategic plan. The downtown development strategy has it built into the work plan for that project. We started working on the strategy in May, and I did get an update on the project a couple weeks ago. So things are in motion, and we are hopeful that we can be back in Q2 of 2025.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. So no, you don't need any money for it. You are working on it. Okay, thanks. Councillor Harris, anything else?
Yeah, I should have brought this up during the parks presentation, but driving down Highway 15 the other day, I took a look at what we've done with the area between Highway 15 and 101st Street. And it's pretty sterile in the median in between the 4 lanes of traffic going north and south, east and west. And I'm curious if Parks has any plans to do anything with the planters that have basically been denuded. We took out a lot of planting materials that obviously had failed over the period of time after those planters have been put in. If there's any way to brighten that up with some greenery in some way, recognizing the fact that they have to be salt-resistant plantings, but our planters are elevated in that regard in between the 4 lanes. So I'm curious, and that can come back whenever, if there's any plans to do anything to basically turn it into a less sterile concrete median, if you will. Notwithstanding, we might eventually widen the road through that area, and if that's going to have some impact on it.
Yeah, Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, you're correct. We waited to see how this expansion of Highway 15 will happen, because basically what we had in the middle is those concrete blocks without basically any life into this. So there was an opportunity maybe to transplant some of the trees that were on the side that we could have put in the middle to save them. But at this time, because the project is on hold right now, we have not moved forward with that at this time. And I think when we know more about the expansion to the lanes, then we'll be able to put some plan there. But at this time, Parks does not have a plan per se to beautify this area at this time. We were just waiting for the expansion of the Highway 15.
Yeah, I respect the fact that it's one before the other sort of thing, but ultimately it's pretty sterile. So I think we need to have some strategic conversations around that in relation to how we're going to approach this highway project, because it obviously appears to be on hold, almost probably forever, if I'm missing something, but it's something I just put into the future to-do list.
Okay. All right, so that looks like that takes us to the end of this. Thank you, Richard. We're not going on to flagged items today, so Sandy, if you'd like to do the wrap up.
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. So for flagged items, we only had the one item, and that's the flag on the census for 2025, just to bring some information on the cost of doing a census if we were to add that to this year's budget, or to the upcoming budget. And then we had a number of information requests. This first one is related to the note in the budget document on general duty policing and specialized RCMP programs in the amount of $19,100. So just for some clarification on that note. And then a breakdown of COLA for union and non-union staff. The next one is a financial breakdown of what comprises the WCB increase for the city and any available information on how the city compares to other municipalities. Next, to provide information on the funding source for the city's business grants. Next, to provide information or further clarification on the use of the utility reserve. And then finally, to provide information on the city's cost increases over the last 4 years, and some detail around how the city plans to ensure financial sustainability over the long term. And this is the trend in increase in things like property taxes, wages and benefits, and community grants.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Councillor Kelly, the miss one.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, Sandy, the last comment you made, were you referring to what I just spoke to?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes, that was the last one. Did I miscapture that?
Yeah, I don't, the numbers are important, but I was really referencing just those two lines. And in particular, I mean, the property tax number is easy to understand. That's the balancing number to our spending. So in particular, what I was really focused on, just to make it a little easier for you folks, is the employment cost line. And any comments that you might have or be able to share with council on how you see that evolving over the next 4 years. I think if we rein in expenses, property taxes are a given. So knock out the property tax comment and focus on the employment only, please.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Okay, thank you. That looks like everything for today. So we will resume, Mr. Eamon, on Thursday at 9 a.m. with the donuts. So with that, we are adjourned at 2:06. Thank you.